Have you ever contemplated what dwelling in those grand medieval fortresses was genuinely like? Forget the enchanting fairy tales and Hollywood portrayals. Let's explore the authentic daily existence in fortified structures from dawn till dusk, when even monarchs arose with sore spines, promising an engaging tale. While modern complaints might revolve around memory-enhancing cushions being excessively plush or rigid, medieval inhabitants slumbered on what amounted to a sack of dried grass, frequently unchanged since the previous autumn gathering. The sleeping situation was so abysmal that numerous medieval health manuscripts actually included remedies for hay-related wounds. Indeed, individuals were injured by their sleeping platforms. Imagine explaining that to your local healer. Well, you see, I was assaulted by my sleeping apparatus. Affluent nobles fared slightly better, having wooden frameworks for their grass, a distinction comparable to being uncomfortably elevated. The morning alarm wasn't the gentle sound of electronic devices. Instead, one might be startled awake by a cockerel experiencing an existential dilemma at daybreak. Or worse, the fortress's designated human timekeeper. Historical texts from the 13th century mention a castle employee, whose sole responsibility was to traverse the stronghold shouting, "Rise and shine," or its medieval equivalent at daybreak. An occupation guaranteed to inspire universal disdain. Medieval fortresses weren't exactly renowned for exceptional insulation. The rock barriers, excellent for repelling enemy forces, functioned essentially as enormous refrigerators. Many fortress residents slept in the garments they'd worn the previous day, not from laziness, but as a necessary precaution against awakening as a frozen human popsicle. Bedroom apertures in medieval strongholds weren't the magnificent glass features portrayed in films. Most were merely narrow wall openings designed more for launching projectiles at enemies than admitting morning illumination. This meant that on cloudy days, which realistically comprised most days in medieval Europe, one might awaken in absolute darkness, stub a toe on a waste receptacle if fortunate enough to possess one, and begin the day with profanities that would embarrass even a seasoned sailor. After extracting oneself from that instrument of torment euphemistically called a bed, the next medieval morning challenge awaited. Personal cleanliness and hygiene was a very elastic concept in medieval times. The immediate presence of a container filled with liquid so frigid it likely still contained frozen fragments was the first thing one would notice looming menacingly. No warm cascades, no sophisticated temperature adjustment, just you and your adversary, the water vessel. Historical documents suggest that some of the more inventive fortress architects did attempt to devise rudimentary water warming systems. One particular stronghold in France incorporated a network of conduits running near the kitchen flame, a commendable concept, except the pipes were constructed from toxic metal, presenting a choice between being unclean or slowly poisoned, a difficult decision. Then there was the matter of cleansing agent. Modern archaeologists have unearthed traces of medieval soap production facilities, and the formulas they've uncovered are utterly bizarre. The primary component was wood cinders mixed with animal fat. Essentially, they were cleansing themselves with fireplace residue. Wealthier fortresses used something called olive soap, a slight improvement as it used plant oil instead of animal fat. But it was so prohibitively costly that records indicate a single bar could cost the equivalent of an entire Imagine allocating your entire paycheck to a bar of cleansing agent. The truly fascinating part began when nature summoned, recall those narrow fortress apertures. They served a dual function. Yes, they were for launching projectiles at enemies, but they also functioned admirably as impromptu waste disposal sites. Fortress architects even had a specific term for these wardrobe chambers, so named because people would hang their attire near them, believing the appalling odor would repel insects. Indeed, they utilized the stench of their medieval restroom to safeguard their finest garments. If one wasn't fortunate enough to have a wardrobe chamber nearby, there was always the reliable waste vessel, These charming receptacles were typically emptied out of windows, giving rise to one of history's most misinterpreted phrases. When people shouted, "Look out below, watch for the water," they were decidedly not referring to water. This practice was so prevalent that some medieval municipalities enacted laws prohibiting the emptying of waste vessels without first shouting a warning. Government regulation in action. Communal waste facilities were an entirely different matter. Most fortresses had these shared amenities built into their outer barriers, essentially holes that deposited everything directly outside. Archaeological investigations of fortress remains have unearthed some rather intriguing items in these areas. And let's just say it wasn't all ancient currency and lost jewelry. Some strongholds could house up to 200 individuals, all sharing a mere handful of these delightful facilities. Morning rush hour acquired a whole new dimension. Privacy was essentially non-existent. Medieval people had a vastly different concept of personal space. Historical documents reveal that even kings and queens would frequently receive morning visitors while utilizing their elaborate private waste facilities. It was considered an honor to be invited to the royal morning routine. Seriously, imagine being so important that people desired to witness your bathroom habits. Speaking of royalty, they did possess one advantage: personal attendants to assist with the morning ritual. But this was hardly a luxurious role. These unfortunate servants had the glamorous task of helping their lords and ladies wash, dress, and yes, manage those waste vessels. Records from an English fortress indicate that the position of royal waste manager was actually a highly sought-after role, as it granted such intimate access to the monarch. The entire morning ordeal could consume hours, particularly for noble women who had to contend with intricate hairstyles and clothing. And after all that effort, one would likely still smell like a blend of wood smoke, wet canine, and whatever constituted that day's mysterious medieval cleansing agent. At least there was one positive aspect to anticipate: the first meal. Although first meal might be a rather generous term, the aroma of freshly baked bread was already drifting from the fortress kitchens, intermingled with something that might have been porridge, or perhaps gruel, or possibly both. The concept of the first meal in a medieval fortress would likely induce a nervous breakdown in modern food critics. The cardinal rule of fortress dining was rank determined everything. The monarch didn't just get first choice, he got the first, second, and practically every desirable selection. Actual records from a 13th century English fortress reveal that while the king indulged in fresh bread, roasted meats, and exotic fruits, the lower-ranked fortress staff received something termed pottage, which was essentially whatever vegetables hadn't yet spoiled, boiled until devoid of all flavor and dignity. Regarding bread, it wasn't solely for consumption. Nobles utilized something called a trencher, a thick slice of stale bread that served as their plate. After 4 or 5 days of service as dinnerware, these rock-hard bread plates would be distributed to the impoverished, who likely needed teeth stronger than armor to consume them. Medieval fortress wells were frequently contaminated thanks to those charming waste disposal methods we discussed earlier. The solution: fermented beverages, copious amounts of ale. Even children drank it, albeit a weaker version known as small brew. Records from one fortress indicate they consumed approximately 8 gallons of ale per person per week, roughly 3,000 pints of ale daily for a medium-sized fortress. Brewers were among the most vital individuals in the stronghold. Botch the brew and you'd have a fortress teeming with parched, irate medieval inhabitants. Table etiquette is a rather charitable description of actual dining practices. Eating utensils were largely absent in most medieval fortresses, considered excessively fancy and Italian. Instead, everyone used their digits, leading to some inventive eating techniques. One medieval dining guide actually cautioned, "Do not wipe your greasy hands on your facial hair." The mere existence of this written advice speaks volumes about medieval dining etiquette. The seating arrangement was a political minefield. Proximity to the lord or lady signified importance. Relegation to the table's far end was a clear indication of some social transgression. A recorded incident from a 14th century fortress recounts two knights engaging in a sword fight over seating closer to the condiment. Yes, seasonings were that significant, the medieval equivalent of prime wireless connectivity. Mealtime was equally peculiar. Nobles typically ate around 10 or 11,000 a.m. after attending morning religious services and addressing basic fortress affairs. Servants, having been awake for hours, likely snatched a morsel of leftover stew between chores. One fortress record complains about kitchen staff pilfering food, noting a cook apprehended with 3 entire meat pastries concealed down his shirt. Food preservation was yet another adventure. Lacking refrigeration, medieval fortresses relied on salt, smoke, and prayer to keep food edible. The fortress pantry or food storage room was usually among the coldest locations in the fortress. Yet even this couldn't entirely prevent spoilage. Medieval recipe books often included helpful tips like, if the meat appears green, feed it to the peasants first. Reassuring to know they had food safety protocols, right? The morning feast would eventually conclude as the great hall filled with new scents, not all of them pleasant. Between unwashed bodies, smoking fire pits, and assorted animals that had wandered in during the meal, the fortress's distinctive aroma was beginning to intensify for the day. Let's begin with the floors. Medieval fortress floors were not the pristine stone surfaces depicted in films. They were covered in rushes, essentially medieval carpeting. These rushes were layers of dried grass and herbs, spread across the floor. And here's the kicker, they were only completely replaced once a year. Sure, fresh rushes were sprinkled on top every few weeks, but beneath lay a year's accumulation of spilled food, mud, animal droppings, and whatever else landed on the floor. Medieval documents mentioned that the fresh herbs scattered included lavender and meadowsweet, likely in a desperate attempt to mask the scent of what was effectively a giant compost heap underfoot. The animals contributed their own unique notes to the fortress's bouquet. Dogs, cats, chickens, and occasionally even livestock would freely roam the great hall as if they owned the place. One medieval account describes a nobleman's prize falcon deciding to relieve itself directly on the dinner table, an event apparently commonplace enough to elicit little reaction. Archaeological evidence reveals that some fortress floors contain layers of animal waste that accumulated over decades. Talk about indoor-outdoor living. The barriers themselves were also part of the olfactory equation. Stone walls in damp climates tend to perspire, creating ideal conditions for fungus. Medieval fortress walls were often adorned with hanging decorations, not merely for embellishment, but to attempt to contain dampness and mold. These hangings, rarely if ever cleaned, became their own miniature ecosystems of mildew, insects, and rodent habitats. The kitchen area was its own special circle of olfactory hell. Food waste, unwashed dishes, and constant cooking generated a smell potent enough to knock a scavenger bird off a garbage cart. Because refrigeration was non-existent, meat was often kept until it was just shy of putrid before being cooked, the taste masked by copious spices, hence medieval recipes calling for spice quantities that would overwhelm a modern chef. Kitchen waste would be tossed directly out the kitchen window, creating what one medieval writer delicately termed the fortress's own personal mountain of interesting aromas. But perhaps the worst culprit was the wardrobe chamber system. Those fortress toilets we mentioned previously. The design feature of these toilets was that they emptied directly down the fortress walls into the surrounding trench. In summer, this created what one medieval chronicler described as a most unique defensive system. The stench was so overpowering that some attackers actually abandoned their siege. Now that's what you call biological warfare. With all these delightful scents intermingling, it's no wonder medieval fortress dwellers were always eager for outdoor activity. And speaking of outdoor activities, the fortress's defensive training was about to commence. Medieval fortresses were not just ornate stone mansions. They were the medieval equivalent of a nuclear shelter, replete with more safety features than a modern helicopter parent could conceive. The walls weren't merely thick. They would dare you to try something thick. Archaeological studies have revealed that some fortress walls reach thicknesses of up to 20 feet at the base. Knights would actually train by attempting to shoot arrows through specialized slits in these walls, a task roughly as easy as threading a needle while riding a horse backwards. Historical records indicate some archers became so proficient at shooting through these tiny apertures they could strike a target the size of a dinner plate from 2,000 yards. These were, mind you, the same individuals who couldn't hit the fortress latrine in broad daylight. Speaking of fortress defenses, let's discuss death apertures. Yes, the actual technical term used by medieval architects. These were holes in the ceiling above entryways from which defenders could drop anything from rocks to boiling oil onto attackers. One fortress's account books from 1312 list 2 barrels of oil, 3 bags of quick lime, and 1 very angry beehive as defensive supplies. Clearly, someone got creative with their home security system. Everyone within the fortress had a role during sieges, even children who were typically employed as messengers or water carriers. Medieval records show that some fortress children became so accustomed to siege conditions that they turned it into a game. One account mentions children playing siege by throwing rotten vegetables at each other from different fortress towers. The fortress staff, unsurprisingly, weren't thrilled about cleaning up after these culinary battles. The water barrier wasn't just for show either. Beyond being a repository for all sorts of unmentionable things, courtesy of those charming fortress toilets, moats were engineering marvels. Some fortress moats were designed to be rapidly flooded or drained using intricate water management systems. One French fortress boasted a moat that could be filled in under an hour, likely leading to some very bewildered attackers. Hold on guys, I swear this was solid ground just a minute ago. The truly impressive figure was the fortress's entrance bridge operator. This individual had one job: don't mess up. Historical documents recount several instances of flustered operators raising the bridge prematurely, stranding their own soldiers outside, or worse, lowering it at the wrong time. One particularly hapless operator in a Welsh fortress inadvertently trapped half a cow in the raised drawbridge. The cow emerged unscathed, but it did generate what the chronicles termed a very awkward afternoon for everyone involved. But the most ingenious element of fortress defense was the spiral staircases. They always curved clockwise going upwards, providing right-handed defenders with a distinct advantage in sword fight. The steps were also intentionally uneven, subtly different heights and depths, so defenders familiar with the stairs could navigate them swiftly while attackers would stumble. Talk about home field advantage. One medieval chronicle even records an entire attacking force being routed because they tumbled down the stairs like a bunch of drunken geese. Defensive training wasn't solely about combat, it was about survival. Fortress residents had to be ready for prolonged sieges, sometimes lasting months. They stockpiled food, weapons, and supplies as if their lives depended on it, because they did. One fortress's inventory list included emergency rations of 500 arrows, 200 barrels of salted fish, and rather oddly, 3 juggling balls. Even in medieval times, apparently entertainment was considered essential. The most successful fortresses were those that could outlast their attackers, which meant having enough provisions to feed everyone, from the lord down to the lowliest servant. After all that rigorous defensive training, medieval folks needed to unwind, and they certainly knew how to party, albeit in ways that might seem peculiar to us today. Take jousting for example. You'd think colliding with each other at high speed with pointy sticks while mounted on horses would be perilous enough, but no. Medieval people had to make it even more interesting. Records show that some tournaments featured novelty jousts where knights competed blindfolded or riding backward. Dice games were ubiquitous despite, or perhaps because of being frequently banned. Fortress gambling was so widespread that some medieval account books had a dedicated section for dice-related debts. The games had wonderfully evocative names: Hazard, Cross, and Pile, and everyone's favorite God's Dice. which was apparently intended to lend a veneer of legitimacy to gambling in the eyes of the local priest. One fortress record mentions a servant winning his master's prized horse in a dice game, only to lose it back along with 3 months' wages on the very next throw. But the true luminaries of medieval entertainment were the jesters. These weren't merely individuals in funny hats telling bad jokes, they were medieval celebrities. A skilled jester could get away with saying things to the Lord that would get anyone else summarily thrown into the dungeon. They had to be part comedian, part acrobat, part musician, and part suicide mission operator, because making fun of powerful people was literally their job description. Historical records indicate that some jesters were paid more than the fortress's military officers, which really speaks volumes about medieval priorities. Music was also a significant part of fortress life, but not like today's concerts. Fortress musicians had to earn their keep by playing pretty much constantly. One medieval account lists a musician's daily duties as playing during meals, playing during prayers, playing during work, playing during something else, playing and playing until everyone begs you to stop playing. The instruments themselves were quite something. They had something called a bladder pipe, which was exactly what it sounds like, a musical instrument fashioned from an animal's bladder. Lavish feasts would often feature something called a subtlety, which was neither subtle nor always edible. These were elaborate food sculptures, such as a pastry castle with live birds concealed inside that would take flight when it was cut open, or a roasted peacock redressed in its own feather. One fortress record describes a subtlety that was a life-sized knight, crafted entirely from marzipan riding a horse made of roasted chickens. Medieval food critics would have had a field day with that one. All this entertainment kept the fortress's massive staff busy around the clock, from servants scrambling to clean up after wrestling matches, to soldiers trying to prevent drunken dice players from tumbling off the battlements. But that was merely the tip of the iceberg of their daily duties. Jobs in a medieval fortress make modern workplace complaints seem utterly trivial. The coffee machine is broken doesn't quite compare to the dragon-sized bread oven is trying to eat Thomas again. A typical fortress employed anywhere from 50 to 200 people depending on its size, and every single one of them had a job title that would look completely ludicrous on a modern resume. Take the waste collector for instance. This unfortunate soul had the unenviable task of cleaning out the fortress's toilets. But they weren't just any janitor. They were legally required to work at night, presumably to spare everyone else from the olfactory assault, and were actually compensated quite well. Records show some waste collectors earned more than skilled craftsmen, which really puts a new spin on dirty jobs pay well. Kitchen workers also had it tough. The average fortress kitchen processed about 6,000 calories of food per person per day, compared to our modern. This meant cooking was a perpetually ongoing activity. Kitchen staff worked in shifts around the clock, and the head cook had the charming nickname of the Terror of Turnips, in one fortress's record. They also had specialized roles like the sauce maker, who did nothing but make sauces all day, and the spit turner, usually a small boy whose sole job was to turn the spit over the fire. One kitchen account mentions a spit turner who fell asleep on duty and inadvertently created the first extremely well done roast. Guards had the most monotonous job until it suddenly wasn't. Most fortress guards spent 99% of their time standing around looking imposing and 1% of their time running for their lives. The job also came with some peculiar requirements. Some fortresses mandated guards to sing while on duty so everyone knew they were awake. One guard's log from 1387 records, nothing to report except Ralph's terrible singing, which arguably could be considered an attack on the fortress's auditory sensibilities. The most prestigious job was being a knight, but even that came with some odd duties. Knights didn't just fight, they had to maintain their equipment, train squires and attend endless ceremonies. One knight's diary laments spending 3 hours polishing his armor just to stand in the rain for 6 hours during a ceremony. Then there were the squires who spent years doing everything from cleaning horse stables to assisting knights in donning their armor, a process that could take up to 30 minutes and usually involved a lot of medieval cursing. Servants had the most diverse job description. You had the keeper of the wardrobe, who didn't just manage clothes but was more like a medieval accountant, the waste vessel carrier, and let's not forget the wake-up person whose job was literally to ensure everyone got up on time. The fortress blacksmith had one of the most crucial jobs, repairing everything from knights' swords to the cook's pots. One blacksmith's log includes repairs for 1 helmet dented in practice, 2 swords bent in anger, and 3 spoons mangled by the new kitchen bowl. They also had to deal with endless requests for custom work. A 14th century blacksmith's complaint reads, "Lord wants dragon-shaped door handles again. Dragons don't even exist, but try telling him that." All this work unfolded under the watchful eye of the fortress's true boss, the lady of the fortress, whose job made modern CEO positions look like a leisurely stroll in the park. Running a medieval fortress was essentially like managing a small city, a military base and a farm all rolled into one, and the person in charge of this controlled chaos wasn't always who you'd expect. While the lord was off doing lordly things, usually involving hitting other lords with pointy objects, the lady of the fortress was the real MVP of medieval management. Firstly, these ladies were hardcore accountants. Medieval records show fortress ladies keeping books that would make a modern CPA break out in a cold sweat. One surviving account book from a 13th century fortress lists everything from how many eggs the chickens laid to how many arrows the archers wasted shooting at birds instead of targets. There's even a note in the margins reading, "Note to self, stop paying archers when drunk. Terrible aim." Food management alone was enough to turn anyone's hair gray. Ladies had to plan meals months in advance, ensuring enough food was stockpiled for potential sieges. One fortress's records show the lady ordering 2,000 salted fish, 500 chickens, and enough grain for bread to feed 200 people for 6 months, all while dealing with medieval merchants who probably thought expiration date meant whenever it stops moving. They were also medieval HR managers, resolving disputes between fortress staff that sound utterly absurd today. One actual complaint record reads, "Cook refuses to work with John the baker because John's bread is so hard it can be used as fortress defense." Another gem. 2 maids fighting over who has to clean the jester's hat after he fell in the moat, trying to juggle fish. But these ladies weren't just shuffling paper. When their husbands were away, which was quite often, medieval lords loved a good crusade or war. They became temporary military commanders. Historical records document numerous cases of fortress ladies leading successful defenses during sieges. One particularly resourceful lady in 1150 held off a siege for months by using empty wine barrels to create the illusion that she had more soldiers than she actually did. Talk about creative problem solving. They were also responsible for running the fortress's healthcare system, such as it was. Most ladies maintained gardens full of medicinal herbs and had to know which plants could cure a headache and which ones might accidentally poison the entire fortress. One medical record shows a lady's note, "Reminder, the red berries are for healing. The purple ones are for getting rid of unwanted guests." Medieval diplomatic solutions were interesting. The lady's job included being a teacher too. She was responsible for educating not only her own children, but also the children of other nobles sent to the fortress as part of their training. One teaching record includes a frustrated note, "Tried to teach young Lord William proper table manners. He still insists on using his sword to cut cheese. At least he stopped trying to juggle the bread rolls." Perhaps the most impressive aspect was managing the fortress's finance. Ladies handled budgets that would make modern business owners break into a sweat. They had to balance everything from paying the guards to buying new tapestries, because medieval interior decorating was apparently very important. But even with all their management skills, sometimes these medieval boss ladies needed a break, usually when someone got sick or injured, and needed to see the fortress's resident medical expert. Although considering medieval medical practices, maybe expert isn't quite the right word. Headaches in medieval times weren't just annoying, they were an excuse for doctors to suggest the wildest treatments known to human history. Got a migraine? Here's some powdered emerald mixed with crushed rose petals. Can't afford emeralds? No problem. How about some powdered human skull instead? Yes, that was a real treatment. Medieval medical records show that skull powder was considered such a valuable remedy that some fortresses kept special cupboards just for storing their collection of therapeutic skulls. These fortress doctors, or physicians as they preferred to be called, likely to sound more sophisticated than guy who thinks everything can be cured by bleeding, had some rather peculiar ideas about medicine. Their medical textbooks read like a medieval version of a horror cookbook. One actual treatment for fever involved shaving a chicken's bottom, strapping it to the patient's head, and waiting until the chicken looked sick, because obviously the chicken was supposed to absorb the fever. Surprisingly, this treatment didn't make it into modern medicine. Surgery was a whole nother level of medieval fun. Anesthesia wasn't really a thing yet, so the best you could hope for was getting really drunk before the procedure. Fortress surgical records show that the average medieval operation took about 30 minutes. Having an off day? Let's remove some blood. Feeling overly joyful? Likely an excess of blood. Medieval physicians were convinced that practically any ailment could be cured by bloodletting. In one fortress's medical records, a doctor prescribed bloodletting for a knight deemed too enthusiastic about jousting. The treatment seemingly had the intended effect. Maintaining enthusiasm becomes challenging when lightheaded from blood loss. The contents of a medieval fortress's medicine cabinet would likely cause modern pharmacists to swoon. Instead of rigorously tested pharmaceuticals, they stocked items such as dragon's blood, unicorn horn, and mummy powder, precisely what it sounds like. Pulverized mummies imported all the way from Egypt. A fortress inventory lists 3 unicorn horns, 5 dragon hearts, in all probability lizards, and a single mermaid scale, likely fish remains of dubious origin. Dental care was a particularly imaginative affair. Experiencing a toothache, the medieval dentist, typically the same individual who provided haircuts, offered 2 solutions: tooth extraction, or filling it with lead. Indeed, lead, as medieval populations seemingly lack sufficient tribulations without the addition of lead poisoning. One fortress record mentions a knight who underwent full dental extraction prior to battle, explaining he wished to avoid toothache distractions during combat. A definitive solution, to be sure. The most astonishing aspect of medieval medicine was its occasional efficacy, though probably not due to the reasons believed at the time, that herb-infused pus applied to wounds. Some of those herbs contained naturally occurring antibiotics, those unpalatable concoctions people were compelled to drink. The alcohol used as a mixing agent likely eradicated some bacteria. One fortress physician's notes proudly declare that his proprietary cure-all mixture, composed of wine, honey, and sundry herbs, resolved everything from headaches to combat injuries. The wine and honey likely possessed genuine antiseptic qualities, even if his conviction of its effectiveness stemmed from stirring it thrice under a full moon. As night descended upon the fortress, even the physicians would put away their alarming implements. However, darkness ushered in its own distinct form of medieval entertainment: ghost stories that would render modern horror films tame. Medieval fortress knights made contemporary horror movies seem like harmless children's fare. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, these fortresses of stone morphed into realms of shadows, eerie sounds, and tales capable of eliciting chills in anyone. The fact that most individuals couldn't afford candles, each costing approximately a day's wages, meant that darkness was the prevailing force. Even nobles were frugal with candle consumption. A fortress's expenditure logs reveal monthly candle costs exceeding the entire household's bread budget. Navigating a fortress at night was akin to engaging in a perilous game of guess what you just stumbled into. Guards carried torches, but these often amplified shadows rather than diminished them, making every corner appear to conceal something sinister. One fortress guard's diary entry from 1342 recounts, "Mistook Lord Geoffrey's new suit of armor for a demon, possibly screamed, "Lord Geoffrey is displeased by sword damage inflicted on his expensive armor." Now obligated to work extra shifts to cover repair expenses, ghost stories were not mere amusement. Medieval people regarded them with profound seriousness. Fortress archives indicate that certain locations even had formal ghost protocols. One fortress actually instituted a regulation mandating that any ghost sighting be documented in a report detailing the apparition's attire. Medieval ghosts, it appears, were quite concerned with fashion. These reports, still extant, are unintentionally comical. One guard noted, "Ghost observed in North Tower wearing last season's tunic. Quite disappointing. Suggested wardrobe update to the spectre." Ghost appeared offended and vanished in a huff. The night watch held the most unnerving position in the fortress. These unfortunate individuals were tasked with patrolling the darkest recesses, typically alone, armed solely with a torch and their own imaginations. Fortress payroll records show that night watchmen received supplementary pay for patrolling specific areas notorious for uncommon occurrences. A watch captain's log entry states, "Hazard pay requested for East Wing patrol. Justification: suits of armor persist in self-rearrangement. Also convinced tapestries are sentient and observing. Further hazard pay requested for handling judgmental tapestry." Every fortress of note boasted at least one undeniably authentic ghost story. Historical records present some remarkable examples. Consider the legend of the culinary ghost from a Welsh fortress, purportedly crafting foul-smelling stews at midnight. The reality: night guards attempting clandestine snacking and incinerating their provisions. Another fortress reported a haunted library where books inexplicably relocated themselves during the night. The culprit: rats, surprisingly with a penchant for literature, especially partial to cheese-making manuals, according to the bewildered librarian. Yet medieval nighttime anxieties extended beyond just ghosts. They possessed an extensive catalog of nocturnal entities to dread. Fortress bestiaries, medieval compendiums of monsters, listed creatures such as night crawlers, likely bats, wall demons, most probably mice, and shadow lurkers. Almost certainly fortress felines hunting the aforementioned mice. Even the most seasoned knights were not impervious to nocturnal frights. One knight's journal contains a lengthy justification for assaulting a demon in the Great Hall, only to realize it was his own reflection in a highly polished shield. He purportedly spent the ensuing week avoiding both shields and the fortress's highly entertained jester, who relentlessly reenacted the incident. The jester later composed a ballad about it, which to the knight's chagrin became a fortress favorite. As eerie as the knights were, at least most individuals remained within the fortress walls. The true horror show unfolded below, in the dungeons, where conditions escalated from mere darkness and furniture collisions to something far more sinister. Medieval dungeons were not the Hollywood depiction, replete with wall-to-wall torture devices and chains dangling ominously. In reality, the majority of fortress dungeons resembled exceedingly uncomfortable timeout corners. Archaeological investigations indicate that the average fortress dungeon was roughly the size of a contemporary bathroom, albeit with considerably inferior plumbing and definitely no shower. Temperature readings from preserved fortress dungeons reveal a consistent 50 to 55 degrees year-round, meaning perpetual cold for inmates, but paradoxically potentially superior food storage compared to the fortress kitchen. However, should one find oneself within the dungeon's confines, it was prudent to cultivate influential friendships. Inmates were expected to finance their own sustenance and accommodation. Medieval prisons were essentially the world's most undesirable hotel. One fortress's prisoner ledger documents a noble's complaint concerning his dungeon invoice: 7 silver pieces for rat removal. The rats remain. Demand recompense. The jailers riposte. Rats have been elevated to room companion status. No refund. Another entry details an inmate endeavoring to negotiate a group rate, having persuaded numerous rats to cohabitate in his cell. Particularly opulent fortresses offered tiered dungeon accommodations. Envision a medieval penal class structure. Ground floor cells were the premium options, featuring actual windows and occasionally even furniture. Historical accounts from one fortress describe these as suitable for nobles who have momentarily misplaced their decorum. Basement levels represented economy class, dimly lit, damp, and with complimentary rat roommates. One jailer's journal entry states, relocated Lord Edmund to lower cell after persistent complaints regarding the vista. He now lacks any view to decry. Subsequently, he has composed 3 poems lamenting his lost panorama. Consider this a successful behavioral modification. Nobles unfortunate enough to be imprisoned often received special treatment, though special is a relative term when one is still confined to a subterranean pit. Fortress records indicate certain nobles even brought their personal servants to jail. One exceptionally fastidious duke purportedly insisted on retaining his food taster in prison, as prison foodborne illness was evidently his paramount concern. The food taster reportedly resigned after a week, asserting that gruel tasting in a dungeon was not encompassed in his original job description. The most prevalent dungeon inhabitants were not hardened felons, but debtors. Medieval accounting books reveal individuals imprisoned for debts as trifling as the cost of a quality cheese. One fortress record mentions a man who endured 3 weeks in the dungeon for failing to remit payment for a haircut. The barber, with remarkable dedication to collections, apparently visited him weekly in prison to remind him of the outstanding balance and proffer another haircut at a special inmate discount. The prisoner eventually discharged his debt using earnings from providing haircuts to fellow inmates, a circumstance the barber found less than amusing. Escape attempts were surprisingly infrequent, not due to robust security, but because the majority of inmates were local. Where would they flee? Medieval communities were compact, and everyone knew everyone else. One failed escape attempt record reads, inmate John endeavored to abscond disguised as a washerwoman, plan foiled by maternal recognition and subsequent ear-tugging repatriation. Another inmate attempted subterranean egress, but became disoriented within the fortress walls, inadvertently breaching the kitchen pantry instead. Guards apprehended him while he paused to consume some honey, prior to resuming his escape. The dungeon keeper's role more closely resembled that of an underpaid hotel manager than a menacing jailer. Their daily logs are replete with inmate grievances. Geoffrey desires a softer pillow. William laments the draft, and the merchant in cell 3 persists in hawking real estate to fellow inmates. One keeper requested reassignment to guard duty. The most peculiar dungeon account originates from a French fortress where an inmate apparently inaugurated a thriving business conducting cell tours for visitors. The fortress was compelled to institute regulations prohibiting inmates from levying admission fees for their own incarceration. The entrepreneurial inmate's rejoinder: he commenced vending souvenir rocks extracted from his cell wall instead. By the time of his release, he had purportedly amassed sufficient funds to purchase a modest dwelling, though the fortress wall had developed a worrisome leak. Despite these eccentricities, dungeons remained profoundly unpleasant environments. The damp, frigid conditions prompted even the most resolute inmates to wish they had simply settled their cheese debts promptly. Most individuals would undertake considerable measures to avoid dungeon confinement, including, ironically, adhering to fortress regulations, which perhaps was the intended objective all along. And as daybreak commenced in the fortress, both the unconfined and the incarcerated would begin to stir, preparing to embark upon another day of medieval mayhem. From the highest tower to the deepest dungeon cell, the daily cycle would commence anew. Ever wonder why people in the Middle Ages didn't just freeze to death during bitter cold winters? They were actually quite smart about it. No, they didn't have electric blankets or heaters hidden in their small homes. Their ways of staying warm were much more creative than you might think. Let's talk about their homes first. I used to think farmers in the Middle Ages just put together some wooden huts, and that was that. I was so wrong. These folks were early fans of partly underground living. They dug their houses about 2 to 3 feet into the dirt, which might not seem like much, but it's like building your house in a shallow hole. But instead of trying to stay cool, they were trying to stay warm. And it worked. Recent digs by experts showed these partly sunken homes stayed about 10 degrees warmer than homes built on top of the ground during winter. You know how parents always yell when you leave the door open because they don't want to heat the outdoors? People in the Middle Ages took that saving heat idea very seriously. Their windows were tiny, barely bigger than your head, and those low ceilings weren't just because people were shorter back then, though they were. It was all about keeping heat where they needed it. People in the Middle Ages used something called wattle and daub to keep their homes warm. Now, wattle isn't some cute old-time animal. It's basically a bunch of sticks woven together like a big basket. And daub. It's a mix of clay, straw, and yes, animal poop. They literally put poop in their walls. Next time your room smells a bit funny, just remember, at least your walls aren't made of old-time toilet stuff. But I have to say, these walls worked really well. Tests by experts have shown they kept in heat about as well as a modern wall with basic pink fluff insulation. The winner for heating in the Middle Ages was the middle fire pit. This wasn't just any old fireplace. It was the Middle Ages version of a mix between an oven, heater, and town meeting spot all in one. Sitting right in the middle of the house, it did everything from cooking food to keeping them warm. And it was where all the gossip about whose cow ran away with whose ox was shared. Recent digs have found some interesting facts about these fire pits. In a normal farmer's house from around 1300, the middle fire pit could keep temps between 50 to 60 degrees, even when it was freezing outside. That might sound cold to us modern folks who cry when the heat drops below 72, but for Middle Ages farmers, it was almost like summer. They were very smart in how they designed their one-room homes. Everything was planned from putting sleeping spots as far from drafts as possible to the angle of the roof, steep enough to drop snow, but not so steep that the straw would slide off. It was like a Middle Ages version of home design, except instead of arranging furniture for good luck, they were arranging it so they wouldn't wake up as human icicles. Experts found they even faced their houses toward the sun's path, making the most of natural heat during winter days. And something that would make modern builders scratch their heads, these houses were actually made to be a bit smoky inside. The smoke from the fire pit would rise and help create a warm layer near the ceiling, while also keeping bugs and rot away from the straw roof. Studies of saved Middle Ages roofs show that this smoky air actually made straw roofs last twice as long. Some smart experts recently found proof that farmers would actually change their homes with the season. In fall, they'd fix any holes in the walls with fresh mud mix and add extra layers of straw to the roof. They'd even hang blankets or animal skins on the walls for more warmth. Like wall hangings for normal folks, if you will. And unlike our modern homes where every room has a different temp, these one-room houses were surprisingly good at keeping steady warmth. But maybe the most impressive thing about Middle Ages housing wasn't just how they built them. It was how these building ways got better over hundreds of years of trying things out. Each group added their own small fixes, like a really slow game of telephone, that lasted hundreds of years. Expert digs show that houses from the early Middle Ages around 800, but by the 1300s, they had grown into these surprisingly clever warming machines. Some of their heating fixes were actually better than what we use today. Those thick, breathable walls of wattle and daub were great at keeping moisture levels right and stopping mold, something our modern wallboards aren't always good at. And their steep straw roofs were perfect for handling heavy snow loads. Way better than some modern flat roof buildings that fall in after a big snowstorm. But living in a Middle Ages house wasn't all cozy fires and smart design. The smoke from the fire would make your eyes water. The roof needed fixing all the time. And there was always the chance that a stray spark could burn the whole place down. But hey, at least you didn't have to worry about paying the heating bill or programming a smart thermostat. Speaking of daily life in these houses, You wouldn't believe the super exact plan Middle Ages families followed to make the most of their home's features. Their daily plan was like a perfectly planned dance timed exactly with the sun's path and the day's temp changing. You'd think Middle Ages farmers just woke up whenever they felt like it and went about their day randomly. Right, wrong. Their plan was so exact it makes my tries at time planning look like a small child trying to plan a birthday party. The golden hours were between 10,000 AM and 2,000 PM, what Middle Ages folks called high sun. This wasn't because they were late risers who liked sleeping in. No, this 4-hour window was when temps were highest and everyone in the town worked together during this time. Town court records from 1267 show that towns actually fined people who didn't stick to these shared work hours in winter. Talk about strict planning. And you thought your school's late rule was hard. One town in northern England even had a system where repeat rule breakers had to give extra firewood to the town pile. Now, recent studies of Middle Ages town records show that towns made what experts call frost watches. Different families would take turns keeping the shared fires going all through the night. Each family had their assigned nights marked in the town lists right next to their tax duties. Miss your turn at frost watch? That'll be 1 chicken or 3 dozen eggs as a fine. Middle Ages farmers didn't mess around with their heating duties. Experts found some towns even had special warning systems, usually a series of horn blasts, to warn frost watchers when temps dropped very low. The morning plan started way before sunrise, but not with what you'd expect. Instead of jumping right into work, Middle Ages folks had what they called first sleep and second sleep. They'd wake up around midnight for an hour or two, do some light tasks, talk a bit, then go back to bed until dawn. Medical records from the 1300s show doctors actually said this split sleep plan was better for health. Meanwhile, we modern folks feel bad about taking a 20-minute nap at our desks. Old writings show this midnight wake time was seen as so normal. Meal times were a whole other level of working together. The entire town would eat their main meal together around 11:00 AM when the shared bread ovens were at their hottest. Digs from town sites show these ovens were huge. Some could bake up to 100 loaves at once. One baker's notes from 1298 recorded that a town of 80 people could heat their homes by about 3 degrees just from the bread ovens alone. Talk about doing 2 things at once, or should I say feeding 2 needs with one heat. The timing was so important that towns actually had bread bells that would ring when the ovens reached the best heat. The afternoon had its own clever timing tricks. Between 2 p.m. and sunset, work moved indoors. This wasn't because Middle Ages farmers were lazy. It was a pure staying alive plan. Court records show towns actually had official cold watchers who would check temps using simple but effective ways, like watching how quickly water froze in clay pots. When these watchers gave the signal, everyone knew it was time to head inside where the day's saved heat could be put to good use. Some towns even made a point system. You'd lose points for being caught working outside after the cold warning, and too many lost points meant extra town service duties. You know those people who always complain about meetings that could have been emailed. Middle Ages farmers would laugh at how we waste time. They had something called evening meetings. Town meetings held in the biggest house in town right as the sun was setting. This wasn't just about saving daylight. The body heat from dozens of people gathered together could raise the temp of a large room by up to 5 degrees. Now that's what I call a useful meeting. Old records show these meetings were so good at heating that some towns actually planned their most important talks for the coldest day. They even planned their bedtimes, not because they had strict parents, but because the last family to bank their fire for the night was in charge of checking all the other houses' fires were safely banked too. Town records show this job changed weekly, and getting caught sleeping on the job literally meant you had to give some of your fuel supply to the town pile. One record from 1299 mentions a man who fell asleep during his fire checking duties and had to give up half his winter firewood as punishment. These Middle Ages towns had some pretty amazing ways to keep their food good through the winter months. Their storage ways were just as smart as their timing plans, and some of them might surprise you. Middle Ages farmers would have done great on those survival TV shows. Their food-saving ways were so smart that modern scientists are actually studying them. Just don't tell Gordon Ramsay about some of their methods. He might have a fit, though honestly, their saving skills might even impress him once he got past all the dirt. Let's start underground. Middle Ages farmers had these brilliant storage holes that kept temps steady at around 40 degrees year-round. Recent expert digs found thousands of these holes across England. They were basically the Middle Ages version of your fridge's veggie drawer, except they actually worked. One town in Yorkshire had over 200 storage holes for just 50 families. That's 4 personal underground fridges per house. And here we are fighting over fridge space with our roommates. Expert study shows these holes were so well made that they keep more steady temps than some modern root cellars. They turned their veggies into natural temp checkers. Root veggies like carrots and turnips were placed in certain spots within these holes. If the carrots started showing signs of frost damage, they knew they needed to add more covering. If they started growing, they needed better airflow. A Middle Ages writing from 1293 actually lists different veggies in order of how cold sensitive they are. It's like a simple temp checking system, but with turnips instead of tech. Recent studies of these writings show they had found over 20 different veggie types with different cold strength. Now about that hay everyone keeps talking about. Middle Ages farmers didn't just use it for their animals. They wrapped their houses in it like a giant winter coat. But the smart move is that they stored this warming hay in layers around their food storage area. Expert digs from a 13th century town show they made what scientists now call heat steps. Each layer of hay reduced the temp change by about 2 degrees. 3 layers of hay meant your food storage stayed 6 degrees more steady. Not bad for people who never took a science class. Modern tests remaking these ways have shown they're nearly as good as some modern covering materials. The snow trick is where things get really interesting. They'd pack snow against their food storage areas in carefully planned layers. Studies of saved Middle Ages storage buildings show they could keep temps of 35 to 38 degrees for weeks after the snow melted by using this way. One really well-saved site in northern England showed proof of snow holes that could keep food cold until May. That's some serious Middle Ages air conditioning. The layout of these snow holes suggests they understood ideas of heat mass hundreds of years before the idea was formally named. But the winner of Middle Ages food saving were the underground storage systems from the These weren't just holes in the ground. They were building masterpieces. Experts found storage holes with many rooms, each one made for different types of food. They had water flow systems that would make a modern plumber impressed, airflow paths that work like natural air moving, and even simple moisture control using clay pots filled with water. Study of dirt samples from these holes shows they keep moisture levels between 8, perfect for long-term veggie storage. Some of these storage systems were so good that when experts dug them up in the 1960s, they found saved seeds that were still able to grow after 700 years. The scientist actually managed to grow Middle Ages turnips from these seeds. I bet those were the most historically important turnips ever served in a university food hall. DNA tests of these old seeds has helped scientists understand how Middle Ages crops were different from modern types. The saving methods weren't just about keeping food cold though. Middle Ages farmers had this whole system of moving their stored foods based on temp changes. They'd move roots and veggies between different storage places like they were playing some hard game of chess. Town records from 1292 show detailed steps for this moving system. It's basically a Middle Ages version of those cooking shows where they have to quickly rearrange a food closet. Except failing means you might not eat in February. The records even include punishment systems for families who didn't follow the moving plan. But my favorite find has to be the tester job. According to town court records, towns would give someone the job of tasting a tiny bit of stored food every few days. If they got sick, well, let's just say it wasn't the most popular job in town. They even had a taking turns system for this duty, kind of like jury duty, but with more possible stomach aches. One record shows a man tried to get out of this duty by saying he had already died from bad turnips. Middle Ages humor. Old papers suggest this testing system actually saved many towns from food sickness during hard winters. These saving ways weren't just random lucky guesses. Town records show they kept detailed notes about what worked and what didn't. Passing this knowledge down through groups, we found saving guides from the 1200s that read like science journals, complete with notes about temp, timing and storage conditions. They might not have had thermometers, but they sure knew their stuff about keeping food fresh. All this careful food saving meant they needed some serious cooking skills to turn their stored foods into actual meals. And let me tell you what they did with these saved foods in their Middle Ages kitchens would put some modern cooking shows to shame. The science behind Middle Ages food was absolutely genius. These people were pro-calorie counters before it was cool, except instead of trying to lose weight, they were trying not to freeze to death, and they were surprisingly good at it. Middle Ages doctors actually told people to eat certain foods for winter survival. Records from the 1300s show they said to eat between 4,000 to 5,000 calories daily during the coldest month. That's more than what Olympic swimmers eat today. But here's the they had to get those calories from food that could last through winter without going bad. My local store can barely keep bananas fresh for a week, but these folks had winter food stores down to a science. Medical texts from the time show they understood the link between calorie eating and body temp with amazing correctness. The star of Middle Ages winter cooking was stew, a thick mix that stayed simmering in the pot for days, sometimes weeks. Every time someone got hungry, they'd just throw in more food. Expert study of Middle Ages cooking pots shows traces of meals that kept going for up to 3. Modern food safety people would have a heart attack, but Middle Ages farmers had figured out that the constant simmering actually killed harmful germs. Recent studies of these cooking ways show they were surprisingly good at keeping food safe. The magic happens in how they stacked flavors and good stuff. Town records from 1286 show a town near York had certain rules about stew foods. The bottom layer had to be root veggies for steady energy. The middle layer needed beans or peas for protein, and the top layer was whatever grains they had left for quick energy. It was basically a Middle Ages food pyramid in a pot. Scientists studying these food plans found they gave a perfect mix of long and quick energy foods for steady energy through the cold days. Tests of saved stew bits shows they were getting more balanced food than many modern people. But the true Middle Ages superfood, sour everything. They soured grains into beer, fruits into wine, and veggies into saved foods that would make modern health foods look simple. One very detailed town record from 1292 describes a special winter beer that was nearly as thick as honey and packed with calories. Modern remakes of this recipe showed it had about 400 calories per pint. That's like drinking a hamburger. Lab tests of remade Middle Ages soured foods shows they had up to 10 times more healthy germs than modern soured foods. Middle Ages farmers might have had healthier tummy bacteria than we do. Recent studies of saved human remains from Middle Ages towns show proof of really varied gut health. All that soured food and whole grain bread actually gave them better gut health than many of us have today. Take that modern sour tea fan. Scientists have found over 50 different good bacteria types in Middle Ages gut samples that are rare or gone in modern people. The bread they ate wasn't anything like our fluffy white bread either. Middle Ages winter bread was heavy, dark, and usually slightly sour. Expert finds show their grain mills were terrible at removing the good bits from wheat, which by mistake made their bread way more healthy than modern white bread. One loaf of Middle Ages bread had more fiber than a modern person eats in 3 days. Sure, it was probably hard enough to use as a weapon, but it kept them alive through winter. Chemical tests of saved bread samples shows they were getting up to 40% more good stuff from their bread than we get from modern whole grain bread. They even had special winter versions of common food. Scientists studying Middle Ages recipes found they would cook some grains extra long to make them easier to digest and more calorie-rich. A food mush recipe from 1278 says to cook the grains until they're soft as a child's teeth. Gross way to say it, but brilliant science. The longer cooking time broke down the hard starches, making the calories more easily used for keeping warm. Modern food tests shows this cooking way made calories 30% more usable. The Middle Ages diet changed a lot with the seasons. Records from various town courts show they ate nearly twice as much fat and protein in winter as they did in summer. They also timed their meals based on digestion science. Town records show certain winter eating times. The biggest meal at dawn when they needed energy to warm up, another large meal at midday to keep the heat going, and a smaller meal before bed to keep them warm overnight. They understood food made body heat better than some modern food experts. Studies of Middle Ages meal timing show it was nearly perfectly in line with our modern understanding of body clocks and how well our bodies use food. With all this focus on high-calorie foods and staying warm, you might wonder how Middle Ages farmers managed to get any rest in their crowded houses. Well, their sleeping plans were just as scientifically thought out as their diet. Modern parents freak out when kids crawl into their bed, but Middle Ages families took shared sleeping to a whole new level. Expert digs from the 1250s shows entire families, we're talking up to 6 people, sharing what was basically a wooden platform with some straw on it. And you thought your twin college dorm bed was tight. Recent study of Middle Ages home records suggests these tight sleeping spots might have actually helped Middle Ages families live through temps that would have killed people sleeping alone. In fact, studies show the shared body heat in these shared beds could raise the local temp by up to 8 degrees. They didn't sleep flat on their backs like we do today. Expert study of Middle Ages bed platforms shows they slept half-sitting, almost like they were in a comfy chair. Scientists studying this position found it was actually brilliant for heat saving. It reduced the body surface open to cold air by about 30% compared to lying flat. Plus, it made it easier to fit more people into the sleeping space. Middle Ages problems needed Middle Ages fixes. Studies of saved bed platforms show wear marks matching the half-sitting position, suggesting it was the normal sleeping pose for hundreds of years. Modern sleep experts have even found this position might have helped stop some breathing problems common in cold weather. Recent studies of town court records found something interesting about these sleeping plans. Towns actually had official sleep checkers who would make sure families were using their bed space well during the coldest months. One record from 1200 shows a family getting fined for spreading out too much in their bed platform. It seems gaps between sleepers were seen as a waste of precious warmth. Talk about strict bedroom rules. The fines could be pretty big too. One family had to give up a whole week's worth of firewood as punishment for bad sleeping plans. These sleep checkers even carried measuring sticks to ensure right spacing between sleepers. The bed platforms themselves were building wonders hidden as simple furniture. Experts studying saved Middle Ages beds found they were built with many layers of warmth. The bottom layer was usually packed straw changed seasonally, followed by a layer of wool when they could afford it, and topped with whatever cloths the family owned. But what's clever is that they angled these platforms at exactly 15 degrees. Modern heat tests show this angle made perfect airflow while keeping in the most heat. These people were basically sleep scientists. Recent rebuilds of these beds have shown they keep temps up to 12 degrees warmer than flat sleeping spots. The layered building also helped prevent drafts with each layer cutting air movement by about 40%. Getting the bedding plan wrong could be a serious problem. Town records from 1250 to 1350 show many cases of families being moved to the shared hall during very cold snaps because they failed to keep right sleeping condition. One especially dramatic report from 1298 describes a town elder showing proper sleep positions by arranging the entire family like spoons in a drawer. Middle Ages people invented spooning. Who knew? Old records suggests this spooning plan could raise body temp by up to 2 degrees compared to random positioning. Scientific tests of shared body heat spread shows this plan was nearly perfect for keeping heat. The height of the bed platform mattered too. Expert proof shows they built these platforms exactly 18 inches off the ground. Some especially clever homes even built their bed platforms right above the cow pen. Middle Ages underfloor heating at its finest. Temp checks in rebuilt Middle Ages houses show this height could mean a change of up to 5 degrees. The platforms were also slightly tilted toward the middle, making a subtle bowl shape that kept everyone from rolling out while sleeping. It's also impressive how they planned sleep. Unlike today where everyone just falls asleep whenever they feel like it, Middle Ages families planned their sleep positions throughout the night. The youngest and oldest family members, who needed the most warmth, started in the middle of the group. As people got up for their various night duties, checking the fires, looking after animals, or the famous first sleep activities, they would move positions to keep the best heat spread. It was like a complex dance plan except everyone was asleep. Town records actually include detailed pictures showing these moving patterns and times. Those warm bodies needed proper clothes to make the most of their shared sleeping space, and Middle Ages people had some pretty fancy clothing fixes. Forget everything you've seen in Middle Ages movies. These people weren't running around in thin shirts during winter. The real Middle Ages fashion scene would shock modern designers. For starters, they never washed their winter clothes. Before you say gross, there was actual science behind this choice. The natural oil in wool acts as a waterproofing agent, and washing removes it. One Middle Ages text from 1267 clearly warns, "A clean wool cloak is a cold wool cloak." Middle Ages people understood chemistry without knowing what chemistry was. Modern lab tests on saved Middle Ages clothes show unwashed wool clothing kept up to 40% more water resistance than washed versions. Wool was the superstar of Middle Ages winter wear. Expert proof shows they didn't just wear one layer of wool, they wore up to 5 layers. Each layer was made differently to serve a specific purpose. The innermost layer was soft and thin while outer layers were thicker and rougher. Scientists studying saved Middle Ages clothing found this layering way created air pockets that trapped heat more effectively than modern fake fabric. Tests show a typical Middle Ages winter outfit could keep body heat for up to 6 hours in freezing temps. Study of the weaving patterns shows they even changed the direction of the wool fibers in each layer to keep in the most heat. But it gets interesting when they stuff their clothes with dried moss and straw. Recent tests of saved clothing from the shows traces of over 12 different types of moss used for warmth. Each type had different good points. Some were naturally anti-germ, others were better at trapping air. Town records even show towns had moss collectors who knew exactly which types to gather. One record from 1292 describes a heated argument between two towns over access to a particularly good moss gathering spot. Middle Ages people literally fought over moss, that's how important it was. Scientific tests of these moss types show some had warming properties as good as modern fake materials. The really impressive thing is in how they treated their winter clothes. They'd rub them with animal fat, usually sheep or deer, to increase water resistance. Lab tests on remade Middle Ages clothing shows this treatment was surprisingly good. It could keep off water for up to 4 hours in heavy rain. They also found that mixing certain types of tree sap with the fat made it even more water resistant. A Middle Ages recipe from 1285 says to mix pine sap with sheep fat in exact amounts that modern scientists say is nearly the same as modern waterproofing formulas. Recent tests show this mix could keep its water-stopping properties for up to 3 months before needing to be put on again. Linen underclothes were the Middle Ages version of high-tech base layers, but only wealthy farmers could afford them. Instead, most people use this trick of weaving their innermost wool layer with nettle fiber. Modern cloth tests show this made a fabric that moved wetness away from the body almost as well as modern fake materials. It was itchy as anything, but it kept you dry and warm. One Middle Ages writer complained about the eternal itch of winter clothes, but noted it was better than freezing. Lab tests show these nettle wool mixes could move moisture at 80% the power of modern sports fabrics. Every piece of Middle Ages winter clothing had a certain purpose. Take their weird-looking hoods, for example. Expert finds show they weren't just floppy hats. They were built with many panels that could be changed based on wind direction. Tests on rebuilt Middle Ages hoods showed they could cut wind chill effects by up to 60% when properly placed. And those funny-looking pointy shoes? They were actually made to have less touch with frozen ground. Less surface area meant less heat loss through the feet. Modern heat pictures shows these designs cut heat loss by up to 25% compared to normal Middle Ages footwear. Middle Ages clothing care was an art form. They stored winter clothes in special boxes with sweet-smelling herbs that naturally kept away moths. But these weren't just any herbs, they chose certain mixes that also had germ-fighting property. Scientists testing saved Middle Ages clothing boxes, found traces of herbs that are now known to have natural anti-germ compounds. These people were fighting germs before they knew germs existed. Chemical tests of these herb mixes shows they were as good as some modern mothball alternatives. They also had season clothing changes down to a science. Town records show certain dates for changing to winter clothes based on years of weather watching. But it wasn't just about the calendar. They watched for certain signs in nature. One record from 1278 lists things like when the blackberries shrink and when the geese fly south as signals to get out the heavy winter gear. Modern weather experts have found these natural signs were surprisingly good at predicting temp changes, often matching modern forecasting with 85% correctness. Their winter clothes were group projects. Towns would hold spinning meetings where everyone gathered to work wool and make winter clothing together. But this wasn't just about being social. Body heat from 20 to 30 people working in one space could raise the temp enough to keep everyone warm while they work. One town record shows a town saving 3 weeks' worth of firewood by planning group sewing times in cold weather. Temp checks in rebuilt Middle Ages workshops show these gatherings could raise room temp by up to 6 degrees. When those warm woolen clothes weren't quite enough to fight off the bitter cold, Middle Ages farmers had another trick up their sleeves. They brought their animals inside, and these weren't just any old farm animals. A single cow could raise the room temp by 2 to 3 degrees. And that might not sound like much until you realize most Middle Ages families kept 3 or 4 cows inside during winter. Add in some sheep, chickens, and maybe a pig or two, and suddenly you've got a pretty cozy setup. Experts studying Middle Ages housing layouts found that smart animal placing could create temp increases of up to 10 degrees. Modern heat pictures of rebuilt Middle Ages homes shows these temp gains could last for up to 12 hours at a time. The most useful plans could keep these temps with just half the usual firewood use. The science behind this was actually pretty advanced. Expert proof shows Middle Ages houses had certain areas for different animals based on how much body heat they made. Cows, being the best heaters, got top spots near sleeping areas. Pigs, which make about half as much heat as cows, were placed near food storage areas. Chickens, despite their tiny size, were especially valued because they could fit into small spaces and still give off surprising amounts of warmth. One Middle Ages record from 1288 actually ranks animals by their heating value. A cow was worth 4 sheep, or 16 chickens in terms of warmth making. Recent scientific tests confirm these Middle Ages heat counts were remarkably right, with modern heat studies showing only a 5% difference from their guesses. But it wasn't just about the heat these animals made. What scientists now call a simple greenhouse effect. Their breath and body heat would create warm, wet air that helped stop the bitter cold from getting in. Modern nature scientists have remade these conditions and found that animal-warmed Middle Ages houses could keep relative wetness around 60%. Perfect for stopping both freezing and mold growth. Your modern air wetter has nothing on Middle Ages farm animals. Lab tests show this wetness level also helped save wooden buildings and stopped breathing problems common in dry winter air. The mix of heat and wetness made a mini climate that could make food stay good 3 weeks longer. It is really clever how they made special winter spots for the animals. Expert digs have found proof of raised platforms and special feeding troughs that kept animals in certain positions to spread heat back. One especially well-saved site showed a system where cows were put so their breath would make a warm airflow heading toward the family sleeping area. These people were Middle Ages air experts. Tests of airflow patterns in rebuilt buildings shows these plans could raise working temp by 2 to 3 more degrees. Studies of saved floor plans show they even thought about season wind direction when placing their animal pen. Town court records show some pretty interesting fights about winter animal plans. One paper from 1276 describes 2 families arguing over whose turn it was to keep the town's biggest bull. It seems he was the top heating unit in town. Another record shows a family being fined for trying to say their skinny cow gave as much heat as their neighbor's fat one. They actually had rules for this stuff. Court records include full statements from animal heat judges who would check farm animals for their warming power. These judges made a fancy scoring system based on animal size, age, and health that modern experts find amazingly close to actual heat output checks. The plan wasn't just random either. Scientists studying Middle Ages floor plans found they put animals to make airflows that would move warm air through the house. The animal's body heat would make the air rise, making a natural air system. Tests in rebuilt Middle Ages houses show this system could keep temps above freezing even when it was 10 degrees below outside. No wonder these plans were taken so seriously. They were literally life. Modern airflow studies have found these Middle Ages designs are 70% as good as modern passive heating systems. Some really well-made houses could keep steady temps for up to 18 hours without more fuel. But keeping animals inside came with its own problem. Middle Ages people made fancy waste handling systems that would impress modern farmers. They used layers of straw and ash to make composting floors that soaked up animal waste while making more heat through Recent tests of saved Middle Ages floor layers shows the system could add another 1 to 2 degrees of warmth to the house. Talk about making the best of a smelly problem. Chemical tests of these floor layers shows they also made natural cleaning compounds that helped stop disease. The layered composting system made a self-keeping cycle that gave both heat and plant food for spring planting. The animals also needed to be fed and watered without letting all the warm air escape. Expert finds show they made clever feeding systems using pipes and doors that cut down how often main doors needed to be opened. One really smart design from a 1290s house shows a turning feed box that could be filled from outside and turned inward. Middle Ages people invented the pet door. Testing of rebuilt feeding systems shows they cut warm air loss during feeding by up to 50%. They also knew the fine balance between animal heat and human comfort. Town records show they carefully figured out how many animals could be kept indoors without making the house too smelly or unhealthy for humans. They knew too much of a good thing could be bad. Scientists have even tested Middle Ages manure makeup and found they smartly changed animal diets to make less ammonia and keep air breathable. These Middle Ages towns had some amazing ways to keep their food good through the cold months. Their storage tricks were as smart as their timing plans, and some might surprise you. Middle Ages farmers would have done great on survival shows. Their food saving was so smart that today's scientists study them. Just don't tell cooking show hosts about some methods. They might be upset, though the skill would impress them once they got past the dirt. Let's start with underground storage. Middle Ages farmers dug smart holes that stayed steady at about 40 degrees all year. Recent digs found thousands across England. They were like the Middle Ages version of your fridge's veggie drawer, but they worked better. One town had over 200 storage holes for just 50 families. That's 4 personal underground fridges per home. Makes our roommate fridge fights seem silly. Studies show these holes kept steadier temps than some modern root cellars. They used root veggies like carrots and turnips as natural temp gauges. If carrots showed frost damage, they added more cover. If they sprouted, they needed more air. A writing from 2083 lists veggies by cold sensitivity. A simple temp system using turnips instead of gadgets. Studies found they knew over 20 veggie types with different cold hardiness. The hay they talked about wasn't just for animals. They wrapped houses in it like a winter coat and layered it around food storage. Digs from a 13th century village show they created what experts now call heat gradient zones. Each hay layer reduced temp swings by about 2 degrees. 3 layers kept food 6 degrees steadier, impressive for people with no science classes. Modern tests recreating these methods show they work almost as well as some modern insulation. The snow trick is fascinating. They packed snow against food storage in careful layers. Studies of preserved storage buildings show this maintained 35-38 degree temps for weeks after snow melted. One northern England site had snow pits keeping food cold until May. Medieval refrigeration. The design suggests they understood heat mass principles centuries before formal science defined them. The best medieval food preservation was underground storage. These weren't simple holes, they were engineering masterpieces with multiple chambers for different foods, drainage systems to impress modern plumbers, natural air channels, and clay pot humidity control. Soil tests from these pits show they maintained 85 and 95% humidity. Perfect for veggie storage. Some systems worked so well that when dug up in the 1960s, they found 700-year-old seeds that could still grow. Scientists actually grew medieval turnips from these seeds, possibly the most historically significant turnips ever served in a university cafeteria. DNA tests of these ancient seeds helped scientists understand how medieval crops differed from today's varieties. Their preservation wasn't just about cold storage. Medieval farmers had whole systems for rotating stored foods based on temperature changes, moving roots and vegetables between different zones like a complex game of chess. Town records from 2092 show detailed instructions for this rotation system, like a medieval version of those cooking shows where contestants quickly reorganize a pantry, except failure meant possible starvation by February. Records include penalties for families not following the rotation schedule. My favorite discovery is the taster test. According to court records, villages assigned someone to taste a bit of stored food every few days. If they got sick, well, it wasn't the most popular job. They even rotated this duty like jury duty but with more potential stomach problems. One record shows a man tried avoiding this duty by claiming he already died from bad turnips. Medieval humor. Historical documents suggest this testing system saved many villages from food sickness during harsh winters. These preservation techniques weren't random guesses. Manor records show detailed notes about what worked and what didn't, passed down through generations. We found food guides from the 1200s reading like science journals, with observations about temperature, timing, and storage conditions. They lacked thermometers but knew plenty about keeping food fresh. All this careful food preservation required serious cooking skills to turn stored ingredients into meals. What they did with preserved foods would impress modern cooking shows. Medieval food science was genius. These people counted calories professionally before it was popular, not to lose weight, but to avoid freezing to death. And they were surprisingly good at it. Medieval doctors prescribed specific foods for winter survival. Records from the 1300s recommend eating 4,000–5,000 calories daily during coldest months, more than Olympic swimmers eat today. The challenge was getting those calories from food that lasted through winter without spoiling. My local grocery can barely keep bananas fresh a week, but these folks mastered winter food science. Medical texts show they understood the connection between calories and body temperature with remarkable accuracy. The star of medieval winter cooking was pottage, a thick stew simmering for days or weeks. Whenever hungry, they'd add more ingredients. Pottery analysis shows meals continuing for up to 3 weeks. Modern food inspectors would panic, but medieval farmers knew constant simmering killed harmful germs. Studies of these cooking methods show they effectively maintained food safety. The magic was in layering flavors and nutrients. Manor records from 1286 show a Yorkshire village had specific pottage rules. Bottom layer needed root vegetables for steady energy, middle layer beans or peas for protein, and top layer whatever grains remained for quick energy. A medieval food pyramid in one pot. Scientists studying these recipes found they provided perfect balance of complex and simple carbs for sustained energy through cold days. Analysis of preserved food remains shows they got more balanced nutrition than many modern people. The true medieval superfood fermented everything. They fermented grains into beer, fruits into wine, vegetables into preserves that make modern probiotics look amateur. A detailed manner record from 1292 describes special winter beer thick as honey and packed with calories. Modern recreations show it contained about 400 calories per pint, like drinking a cheeseburger. Laboratory analysis of recreated medieval fermented foods shows they contained up to 10 times more probiotic strains than modern versions. Medieval farmers likely had healthier gut bacteria than we do. Recent studies of preserved human remains show evidence of incredibly diverse gut microbiomes. All that fermented food and whole grain bread gave them better digestive health than many modern people. Take that, kombucha fan. Scientists identified over 50 different beneficial bacteria strains in medieval gut samples that are rare or absent in modern populations. Their bread wasn't like our fluffy white bread. Medieval winter bread was dense, dark, and slightly fermented. Archaeological evidence shows their grain mills poorly removed bran and germ from wheat, accidentally making their bread much more nutritious than modern white bread. One loaf of medieval bread contained more fiber than a modern person eats in 3 days. Sure, it was probably hard enough to use as a weapon, but it kept them alive through winter. Chemical analysis of preserved bread samples shows they got up to 40% more nutrients from their bread than we get from modern whole grain bread. They even had specialized winter versions of common food. Scientists studying medieval recipes found they deliberately overcooked some grains to make them more digestible and calorie-dense. A porridge recipe from 1278 specifies cooking grains until soft as a child's teeth. Gross description, but brilliant science. The longer cooking broke down complex starches, making calories more readily available for warmth. Modern nutritional analysis shows this cooking method increased calorie availability by up to 30%. The medieval diet changed dramatically with seasons. Records show they ate nearly twice as much fat and protein in winter as in summer. They also timed meals based on digestion science. Manor records show specific winter eating schedules. Biggest meal at dawn for energy to warm up, another large meal at midday to maintain heat, and smaller meal before bed to fuel overnight warmth. They understood food generated body heat better than some modern nutritionists. Studies of medieval meal timing show it nearly perfectly aligned with our modern understanding of body rhythms and metabolic efficiency. With all this focus on high-calorie foods and staying warm, how did medieval farmers rest in crowded houses? Their sleeping arrangements were as scientifically planned as their diet. Modern parents freak out when kids crawl into their bed, but medieval families took shared sleeping to new levels. Archaeological evidence from the 1250s shows entire families, up to 6 people, sharing what was basically a wooden platform with straw. Makes college dorm beds seem spacious. Recent analysis suggests these tight sleeping quarters helped medieval families survive temperatures that would kill people sleeping separately. Studies show combined body heat in shared beds could raise local temperature by up to 8 degrees. They didn't sleep flat like we do. Archaeological research shows they slept semi-reclined, almost like in a comfy chair. Scientists studying this position found it brilliant for heat conservation, reducing exposed surface area by about 30% compared to lying flat. It also allowed packing more people into sleeping spaces. Medieval problems required medieval solutions. Studies of preserved bed platforms show wear patterns matching this semi-reclined position, suggesting it was standard for centuries. Modern sleep researchers found this position might have prevented some cold weather respiratory problems. Recent studies of manor court records revealed fascinating details about sleeping arrangement. Villages had official sleep inspectors checking that families used bed space efficiently during coldest month. One record from 1289 shows a family fined for spreading out too much in their bed. Gaps between sleepers wasted precious warmth. Strict bedroom rule fines could be steep. One family surrendered a week's firewood as punishment for inefficient sleeping. These inspectors even carried measuring rods to ensure proper spacing between sleepers. The bed platforms themselves were engineering marvels disguised as simple furniture. Archaeologists studying preserved medieval beds found multiple insulation layers, packed straw changed seasonally, wool when affordable, topped with whatever fabrics the family owned. Cleverly, they angled platforms at precisely 50. Modern thermal analysis shows this created perfect air circulation while minimizing heat loss. They were sleep scientists. Recent reconstructions show these beds maintain temperatures up to 12 degrees warmer than flat surface. The layered construction prevented drafts, each layer reducing air movement by approximately 4. Getting bedding arrangements wrong caused serious problem. Manor records from 1251-1350 show multiple cases of families relocated to communal halls during extreme cold snaps due to improper sleeping condition. One dramatic account from 1298 describes a village elder demonstrating proper sleep positioning by arranging an entire family like spoons in a drawer. Medieval people invented spooning. Historical records suggest this arrangement could raise body temperature by up to 2 degrees compared to random positioning. Scientific analysis of shared body heat distribution shows this arrangement was nearly perfect for heat retention. Bed platform height mattered too. Archaeological evidence shows they built platforms exactly 18 inches off the ground. Some clever households built beds directly above cattle pens. Medieval underfloor heating. Temperature measurements in reconstructed houses show this elevation meant a difference of up to 5 degrees. Platforms were slightly tilted toward the center, creating a subtle bowl effect, keeping everyone from rolling out while sleeping. Their sleep scheduling was impressive too. Unlike today's individual sleep habits, medieval families coordinated sleep positions throughout the night. Youngest and oldest family members needing most warmth started in the middle. As people rose for night duties, checking fires, tending animals, or first sleep activities, they rotated positions to maintain optimal heat distribution, like complex dance choreography with unconscious participants. Manor records include detailed diagrams showing rotation patterns and schedules. Warm bodies needed proper clothing to maximize shared sleeping space. Medieval people had sophisticated fashion solutions far different from movie depictions. First, they never washed winter clothes. Before judging, understand the science. Natural lanolin and wool waterproofs and washing removes it. A medieval text from 1267 warns, "A clean wool cloak is a cold wool cloak." They understood chemistry without knowing what chemistry was. Modern lab tests on preserved garments show unwashed wool retained 40% more water resistance than washed versions. Wool dominated medieval winter wear. Archaeological evidence shows they wore up to 5 layers, each processed differently for specific purpose. Innermost layers were soft and thin, outer layers progressively thicker and coarser. Scientists studying preserved clothing found this layering created air pockets, trapping heat more effectively than modern polyester. Tests show typical medieval winter outfits maintained body heat for up to 6 hours in freezing temperatures. Analysis of weaving patterns reveals they adjusted wool fiber direction in each layer to maximize insulation. They stuffed clothes with dried moss and straw. Recent analysis of preserved clothing shows traces of over 12 moss types used for insulation, each with different properties, some naturally antimicrobial, others better at trapping air. Manor records show villages had designated moss collectors, knowing exactly which types to gather. One record from 1292 describes a heated argument between villages over access to a particularly good moss gathering spot. They literally fought over moss. Scientific analysis shows some moss varieties had insulation properties comparable to modern synthetic material. Their clothing treatments impressed too. They rubbed garments with animal fat, usually sheep or deer, for water resistance. Lab tests on recreated clothing shows this treatment effectively repelled water for up to 4 hours in heavy rain. They discovered mixing certain tree saps with fat improved water resistance. A medieval recipe from 1295 specifies mixing pine sap with sheep fat in proportions modern scientists say nearly match modern waterproofing formula. Recent experiments show this mixture maintained waterproofing for up to 3 months before needing reapplication. Linen undergarments were medieval high-tech base layers, but only wealthy farmers afforded them. Most people wove innermost wool layers with nettle fiber. Modern textile analysis shows this created fabric wicking moisture away almost as effectively as modern synthetic materials, itchy but warm and dry. One medieval writer complained about the eternal itch of winter clothes, but noted it beat freezing. Laboratory tests indicate these nettle wool blends wicked moisture at 80% the efficiency of modern performance fabrics. Every piece of medieval winter clothing had specific purpose. Their strange hoods weren't just floppy caps, but engineered with multiple panels adjustable based on wind direction. Tests on reconstructed medieval hoods showed they reduced wind chill effects by up to 60% when properly positioned. Those funny pointy shoes minimized contact with frozen ground. Less surface area meant less heat loss through feet. Modern thermal imaging shows these designs reduced heat loss by up to 25% compared to conventional medieval footwear. Medieval clothing maintenance was an art form. They stored winter clothes in special chests with aromatic herbs, naturally repelling moths. These weren't random herbs, but specific combinations with antimicrobial properties. Scientists testing preserved clothing chests found traces of herbs now known to contain natural antibacterial compounds. They fought bacteria before knowing bacteria existed. Chemical analysis shows these herb combinations worked as effectively as some modern mothball alternatives. They practiced seasonal clothing rotation scientifically. Manor records show specific dates for changing to winter clothes based on generations of weather observations. They watched for specific nature signs. One record from 2078 lists when blackberries wither and when geese fly south as signals for heavy winter gear. Modern meteorologists found these natural indicators were surprisingly accurate temperature predictors, often matching modern forecasting with 85% accuracy. Winter clothes were community projects. Villages held spinning bees where everyone gathered to process wool and make winter clothing together. Beyond socializing, body heat from 20-30 people working in one space raised temperatures enough to keep everyone warm while working. One manor record shows a village saving 3 weeks firewood by organizing group sewing sessions in cold weather. Temperature measurements in reconstructed medieval workshops show these gatherings raised room temperature by up to 6 degrees. When woolen clothes weren't enough against bitter cold, medieval farmers brought animals inside. A single cow raised room temperature by 2 to 3 degrees, and most medieval families kept 3 to 4 cows inside during winter. Add sheep, chickens, and maybe a pig, and you've got a cozy setup. Researchers studying medieval housing layouts found strategic animal placement created temperature increases up to 10 degrees. Modern thermal imaging of recreated homes shows these temperature gains lasted up to 12 hours, with efficient arrangements maintaining warmth using half the usual firewood. The science was advanced. Archaeological evidence shows medieval houses had specific zones for different animals based on heat generation. Cows' premium heaters got prime spots near sleeping areas. Pigs, generating half a cow's heat, went near food storage. Chickens, despite small size, fit into small spaces while producing surprising warmth. A medieval record from 2088 ranks animals by heating value. 1 cow equaled 4 sheep, or 16 chickens in warmth generation. Recent scientific analysis confirms these calculations were remarkably accurate, with modern thermodynamic studies showing only 5% variance from their estimates. Beyond heat, animals created what scientists now call a primitive greenhouse effect. Their breath and body heat created warm, humid air preventing bitter cold from seeping in. Modern environmental scientists recreating these conditions found animal-warmed medieval houses maintained relative humidity around 60%. perfect for preventing both freezing and mold. Your modern humidifier can't compete with medieval livestock. Lab tests show this humidity level preserved wooden structures and prevented respiratory problems common in dry winter air. The heat-humidity combination created microclimates, extending food preservation by up to 3 weeks. They cleverly designed special winter quarters for animals. Archaeological digs uncovered raised platforms and specialized feeding troughs, positioning animals to maximize heat distribution. One well-preserved site showed cows positioned so their breath created warm air currents flowing toward family sleeping areas. Medieval HVAC engineering. Airflow analysis in reconstructed buildings shows these arrangements increased effective temperature by 2 to 3 additional degrees. Studies of preserved floor plans reveal they accounted for seasonal wind direction when positioning animal pens. Manor court records reveal interesting disputes about winter animal arrangement. A 2076 document describes two families arguing over whose turn to host the village's largest bull, the premium heating unit. Another record shows a family fined for claiming their skinny cow provided as much heat as their neighbor's fat one. They had standards for this. Court records include detailed testimonies from animal heat assessors, evaluating livestock for warming potential. These assessors developed sophisticated scoring systems based on animal size, age, and health that modern researchers find remarkably consistent with actual heat output measurement. The arrangement wasn't random. Scientists studying medieval floor plans found animals positioned to create convection currents, circulating warm air throughout houses. Animal body heat caused air to rise, creating natural circulation. Tests in reconstructed houses show this system maintained above freezing temperatures even when 10 degrees below outside. No wonder these arrangements were taken seriously. They were literally life-saving. Modern airflow studies revealed these medieval designs achieved 70% efficiency of modern passive heating systems. Well-designed houses maintained stable temperatures up to 18 hours without additional fuel. Keeping animals inside presented challenges. Medieval people developed sophisticated waste management using layers of straw and ash, creating composting floors absorbing animal waste while generating additional decomposition heat. Recent analysis of preserved floor layers shows the system added another 1 to 2 degrees warmth, making the best of a smelly situation. Chemical analysis reveals these floors produced natural antiseptic compounds preventing disease. The layered composting created a self-sustaining cycle providing both heat and spring planting fertilizer. Have you ever thought about how regular folks from long ago didn't just die from the awful cold during winter? Well, they were really smart about it. And no, they didn't have warm blankets or special heaters hidden in their small homes. In fact, their ways of keeping warm were much more clever than you might guess. Let's talk about their homes first. I used to think old-time country folks just put together some wood shacks and said good enough. I was so wrong. These people were early fans of partly underground living. They dug their homes about 2 to 3 feet into the dirt, which might not seem like much, but it's kind of like building your house in a shallow pool, except instead of staying cool, they were trying to stay warm. And it worked. Recent studies showed these partly sunken homes stayed about 10 degrees warmer than above-ground homes during winter. You know how parents always yell when you leave the door open because they're not trying to heat the whole neighborhood? Old-time folk took that save energy thinking to the extreme. Their windows were tiny, barely bigger than your head, and those low roofs weren't just because old-time people were shorter. Though they were, it was all about keeping heat where they wanted it, inside. These country folk used something called stick walls with mud to keep their homes warm. Before you get excited, the sticks weren't some cute old animal. It's basically lots of small branches woven together like a giant basket. And the mud, well, it's a nice mix of clay, dry grass, and wait for it, animal waste. Yes, they literally put poop in their walls. Next time your room smells a bit bad, just remember at least your walls aren't made of old-time toilet stuff. Though I must say, these walls worked surprisingly well. Tests have shown they kept in heat almost as good as a today's wall with basic pink fluff inside. The best thing for old-time heating was the middle fire pit. This wasn't just any old fireplace, it was the old-time version of a mix between stove, heater and meeting spot all in one. Put right in the middle of the house, it did everything from cooking meals to keeping them warm, and it was where all the talk about whose farm animal ran away with whose other animal was shared. Recent digs have found some interesting facts about these fire pits. In a normal country home from around 1300, the middle fire pit could keep temps between 50 to 60 degrees even when freezing outside. That might sound cold to us today who cry when the house gets below 72, but for old-time country folk it was almost like summer heat. They were so smart about how they made their one-room homes. Everything was planned, from where they put sleeping spots, far from drafty areas, to how steep the roof was, enough to let snow slide off but not so steep that the straw roof would fall. It was like an old-time version of lucky room planning, except instead of placing things for good luck, they were putting them so they wouldn't wake up frozen like ice pops. Findings show they even faced their houses toward where the sun would travel to get the most natural heat during winter days. And something that would make today's house builders scratch their heads. These homes were actually made to be a bit smoky inside. The smoke from the fire would rise and help make a warm layer near the roof, while also keeping bugs and rot away from the straw roof. Sure, it probably wasn't great for their lungs, but when you're trying not to freeze to death, a little smoke is no big deal. Studies of old roofs show that this smoky setting actually made straw roofs last twice as long. Some smart old-time experts recently found proof that country folk would actually change their home for the seasons. In fall, they'd fix any holes in the walls with fresh mud and add extra layers of straw to the roof. They'd even hang blankets or animal skins on the walls for more warmth. Poor people's fancy wall hangings, if you will. And unlike our homes today where every room has a different temperature, these one-room houses were surprisingly good at staying evenly warm. But maybe the most amazing thing about old-time housing wasn't just the building style, it was how these methods got better over hundreds of years of trying things out. Each group added their own small improvements, like a really slow game of building telephone that went on for centuries. Studies show that houses from early old times around 800 were much simpler, but by the 1300s, they had turned into these surprisingly fancy warm-keeping machines. Some of their heating fixes were actually better than what we use today. Those thick, breathable walls of sticks and mud were great at controlling dampness and stopping mold, something our modern wallboards aren't always good at. And their steep straw roof, they were perfect for handling heavy snow, way better than some modern flat-roof buildings that fall in after a big snow. But living in an old-time house wasn't all cozy fires and smart design. The smoke from the fire would make your eyes water. The roof needed fixing all the time and there was always the chance that a flying spark could burn the whole place down. But hey, at least you didn't have to worry about paying the heating bill or setting up a fancy thermostat. Speaking of daily life in these homes, you wouldn't believe the super exact schedule old-time families followed to make the most of their home's features. Their daily routine was like a perfectly planned dance, timed exactly with how the sun moved and how the day's temperature changed. You'd think old-time country folk just woke up whenever they felt like it and went about their day however. Right. Wrong. Their schedule was so exact it makes my tries at planning time look like a small child trying to set up a birthday party. The golden hours were between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., what old-time folk called high sun. This wasn't because they were late risers who enjoyed sleeping in. No, this 4-hour window was when temps were highest and everyone in the town planned their most important work during this time. Town court papers from 1267 show that villages actually made people pay who didn't stick to these group work hours in winter. Talk about strict planning. And you thought your school's late policy was tough. One village in North England even had a system where repeat rule breakers had to give extra firewood to the town pile. Now, recent studies of old-time town papers show that villages made what experts call frost watches. Different families would take turns keeping the town fires going all night. Each family had their set nights marked in the town books right next to their tax duties. Miss your turn at frost watch? That'll be 1 chicken or 3 dozen eggs as a fine. Old-time country folk didn't mess around with their heating duty. Studies suggest some villages even had special warning systems, usually a series of horn sounds to alert frost watchers when temps dropped really low. The morning routine started way before sunrise, but not with what you'd expect. Instead of jumping right into work, old-time folk had what they called first sleep and second sleep. They'd wake up around midnight for an hour or two, do some light tasks, talk a bit, then go back to bed until dawn. Doctor notes from the 1300s show doctors actually said this split sleep was good for health. Meanwhile, we today feel bad about taking a 20-minute nap at our desks. Old papers show this midnight wake time was seen as so normal that people would often plan visits during this time. Meal times were a whole nother level of planning. The entire village would eat their main meal together around 11 a.m., when the town bread ovens were hottest. Findings from village sites show these ovens were huge. Some could bake up to 100 loaves at once. One baker's list from 1298 recorded that a village of 80 people could warm their homes by about 3 degrees just from the bread ovens alone. Talk about solving two problems at once. Or should I say feeding two needs with one heat. The timing was so key that villages actually had bread bells that would ring when the ovens reached the best temp. The afternoon had its own clever timing tricks. Between 2 p.m. and sunset, work moved indoors. This wasn't because old-time country folk were lazy, it was just smart survival. Court papers show villages actually had official cold watchers who would check temps using simple but good methods like watching how fast water froze in clay pots. When these watchers gave the signal, everyone knew it was time to head inside where the day's saved heat could be used well. Some villages even made a point system. You'd lose points for being caught working outside after the cold warning, and too many lost points meant extra town service duties. You know those people who always complain about meetings that could have been emailed. Old-time country folk would laugh at how we waste time. They had something called twilight councils. Town meetings held in the biggest house in the village right as the sun was setting. This wasn't just about saving daylight. The body heat from dozens of people gathered together could raise the temperature of a large room by up to 5 degrees. Now that's what I call a useful meeting. Old papers show these meetings were so good at heating that some villages actually planned their most important talks for the coldest days. They even planned their bedtimes, not because they had strict parents but because the last family to bank their fire for the night had to check all the other houses' fires were safely banked too. Town papers show this job changed weekly, and getting caught sleeping on the job literally meant you had to give some of your fuel to the town pile. One record from 1289 mentions a man who fell asleep during his fire checking duties and had to give up half his winter firewood as punishment. These old-time groups had some pretty amazing ways to keep their food good through the winter months. Their storage tricks were just as fancy as their timing methods, and some might surprise you. Old-time country folk would have won those survival TV shows. Their food-keeping skills were so smart that today's scientists are actually studying them. Just don't tell fancy chefs about some of their methods. They might freak out, though honestly their keeping skills might even impress them once they got past all the dirt. Let's start underground. Old-time country folk had these brilliant storage holes that kept temps steady at around 40 degrees year-round. Recent digs found thousands of these holes across England. They were basically the old-time version of your fridge's veggie drawer, except they actually were. One village in Yorkshire had over 200 storage holes for just 50 families. That's 4 personal underground fridges per household. And here we are fighting over fridge space with our roommate. Testing shows these holes were so well planned that they kept more steady temps than some modern root cellars. They turned their veggies into natural thermometers. Root veggies like carrots and turnips were placed in specific spots within these holes. If the carrots started showing signs of frost damage, they knew they needed to add more cover. If they started sprouting, they needed better airflow. An old writing from 2083 actually lists different veggies in order of how cold sensitive they are. It's like a basic temp tracking system, but with turnips instead of tech. Recent studies of these writings show they had found over 20 different veggie types with varying cold tolerance. Now about that hay everyone keeps talking about. Old-time country folk didn't just use it for their animals, they wrapped their houses in it like a giant winter coat. But the genius move is that they stored this warm hay in layers around their food storage areas. Findings from a 13th century village show they created what scientists now call heat step zones. Each layer of hay reduced the temp changes by about 2 degrees. 3 layers of hay meant your food storage stayed 6 degrees more stable. Not bad for people who never took a science class. Modern tests copying these methods have shown they're nearly as good as some modern insulation materials. The snow trick is where things get really interesting. Most people today run inside when it snows, but old-time country folk ran outside with their storage containers. They'd pack snow against their food storage areas in carefully planned layers. Studies of kept old-time storage buildings show they could keep temps of 35 to 38 degrees for weeks after the snow melted by using this method. One well-kept site in North England showed proof of snow holes that could keep food cold until May. That's some serious old-time air conditioning. The layout of these snow holes suggests they understood ideas of heat mass centuries before the idea was formally defined. But the winner of old-time food keeping were the underground storage systems from the 1200s. These weren't just holes in the ground, they were building masterpieces. Experts found storage holes with multiple rooms, each one made for different types of food. They had water-moving systems that would make a modern plumber impressed, airflow paths that worked like natural venting, and even simple wetness control using clay pots filled with water. Tests of dirt samples from these holes shows they kept wetness levels between 85 to 95%, perfect for long-term veggie storage. Some of these storage systems were so good that when experts dug them up in the 1960s, they found kept seeds that were still able to grow after 700 years. The scientists actually managed to grow old-time turnips from these seeds. I bet those were the most historically important turnips ever served in a college food hall. DNA tests of these ancient seeds has helped scientists understand how old-time crops were different from today's types. The keeping methods weren't just about keeping food cold though. Old-time country folk had this whole system of moving their stored foods based on temp changes. They'd move roots and veggies between different storage zones, like they were playing some complex game of chess. Town records from 1292 show detailed directions for this moving system. It's basically an old-time version of those cooking shows where they have to quickly fix a food closet, except failing means you might not eat in February. The records even include fine systems for families who didn't follow the moving plan. But my favorite find has to be the fool's test. According to town court records, villages would assign someone to taste a tiny bit of stored food every few days. If they got sick, well, let's just say it wasn't the most popular job in the village. They even had a taking turns system for this duty. Kind of like jury duty, but with more possible stomach aches. One record shows a man tried to get out of this duty by claiming he had already died from bad turnips. Old-time humor, folks. Old papers suggest this testing system actually saved many villages from food sickness during hard winters. These keeping methods weren't just random lucky guesses. Town records show they kept detailed notes about what worked and what didn't, passing this knowledge down through groups. We found keeping guides from the 1200s that read like science journals, complete with notes about temperature, timing, and storage setting. They might not have had thermometers, but they sure knew their stuff about keeping food fresh. All this careful food keeping meant they needed some serious cooking skills to turn their stored things into actual meal. And let me tell you, what they did with these kept foods in their old-time kitchens would put some modern cooking shows to shame. The science behind old-time food was absolutely genius. These people were counting calories like pros before it was cool, except instead of trying to lose weight, they were trying not to freeze to death, and they were surprisingly good at it. Old-time doctors actually told people to eat specific foods for winter survival. Records from the 1300s show they said to eat between 4,000 to 5,000 calories daily during the coldest months. That's more than what Olympic swimmers eat today. But here's the catch. They had to get those calories from food that could last through winter without going bad. My local store can barely keep bananas fresh for a week, but these folks had winter food storage down to a science. Medical books from the time show they understood the link between calories eaten and body temperature with amazing accuracy. The star of old-time winter cooking was stew, a thick mix that stayed simmering in the pot for days, sometimes weeks. Every time someone got hungry, they'd just throw more food in. It was like the world's longest-running slow cooker meal. Tests of old-time cooking pots shows traces of meals that kept going for up to 3 weeks. Modern food safety people would have a heart attack, but old-time country folk had figured out that the constant heat actually killed harmful germs. Recent studies of these cooking ways show they were surprisingly good at keeping food safe. The magic happens in how they layered flavors and nutrients. Town records from 1286 show a village near York had specific rules about stew ingredients. The bottom layer had to be root veggies for steady energy, the middle layer needed beans or peas for protein, and the top layer was whatever grains they had left for quick energy. It was basically an old-time food pyramid in a pot. Scientists studying these recipes found they gave a perfect balance of complex and simple energy foods for lasting energy throughout the cold days. Tests of kept stew bits shows they were getting more balanced nutrition than many modern people, but the true old-time superfood fermented everything. They fermented grains into beer, fruits into wine, and veggies into preserves that would make modern health foods look amateur. One detailed town record from 1292 describes a special winter beer that was nearly as thick as honey and packed with calories. Modern copies of this recipe showed it had about 400 calories per pint. That's like drinking a burger. The fermenting process also created B vitamins that helped them fight off winter sickness. Lab tests of recreated old-time fermented foods shows they had up to 10 times more good bacteria strains than modern fermented foods. Old-time country folk might have had healthier gut bugs than we do. Recent studies of kept human remains from old-time villages show proof of incredibly diverse gut bugs. All that fermented food and whole grain bread actually gave them better digestion health than many of us have today. Take that modern fancy fermented drink fan. Scientists have found over 50 different helpful bacteria types in old-time gut samples that are rare or missing in modern people. The bread they ate wasn't anything like our soft white bread either. Old-time winter bread was dense, dark, and usually slightly fermented. Findings show their grain grinders were terrible at removing the outer parts from wheat, which accidentally made their bread way more healthy than modern white bread. One loaf of old-time bread had more fiber than a modern person eats in 3 days. Sure, it was probably hard enough to use as a weapon, but it kept them alive through winter. Chemical tests of kept bread samples shows they were getting up to 40% more nutrients from their bread than we get from modern whole grain bread. They even had special winter versions of common food. Scientists studying old-time recipes found they would deliberately overcook some grains to make them easier to digest and more calorie-rich. A porridge recipe from 1278 says to cook the grains until they're soft as child's teeth. Gross description but brilliant science. The longer cooking time broke down the complex starches, making the calories more readily available for keeping warm. Modern nutrition tests shows this cooking method increased the usable calories by up to 30. The old-time diet changed a lot with the season. Records from various town courts show they ate nearly twice as much fat and protein in winter as they did in summer. They weren't counting macros for their beach bodies, they were literally eating to survive. One interesting record from 1297 shows a village elder teaching young couples how to adjust their cooking based on the temperature. When frost bites twice before dawn, the stew needs thrice the fat. Tests of kept food remains shows their winter diet could give up to 60% more calories than their summer diet. They also timed their meals based on digestion science. Town records show specific winter eating schedules. The biggest meal at dawn when they needed energy to warm up, another large meal at midday to keep the heat going, and a smaller meal before bed to fuel overnight warmth. They understood food made body heat better than some modern nutrition experts. Studies of old-time meal timing show it was nearly perfectly matched with our modern understanding of body timing and food use. With all this focus on high-calorie foods and staying warm, you might wonder how old-time country folk managed to get any rest in their crowded houses. Well, their sleeping plans were just as scientifically thought out as their diet. Modern parents freak out when kids crawl into their bed, but old-time families took shared sleeping to a whole new level. Findings from the 1250s show entire families packing up to 6 people sharing what was basically a wooden platform with some straw on, and you thought your twin-size college dorm bed was cramped. Recent study of old-time household records suggests these tight sleeping spots might have actually helped old-time families survive temps that would have killed people sleeping alone. In fact, studies show the combined body heat in these shared beds could raise the local temp by up to 8 degrees. They didn't sleep flat on their backs like we do today. Studies of old-time bed platforms shows they slept half sitting up, almost like they were in a comfy chair. Scientists studying this position found it was actually brilliant for heat saving. It reduced the surface area exposed to cold air by about 30% compared to lying flat. Plus it made it easier to pack more people into the sleeping space. Old-time problems required old-time solutions. Studies of kept bed platforms show wear patterns matching the half-sitting position, suggesting it was the normal sleeping pose for centuries. Modern sleep experts have even found this position might have helped prevent some breathing problems common in cold weather. Recent studies of town court records revealed something fascinating about these sleeping plans. Villages actually had official sleep checkers who would check that families were using their bed space well during the coldest month. One record from 1289 shows a family getting fined for spreading out too much in their bed platform. Apparently gaps between sleepers were seen as a waste of precious warmth. Talk about strict bedroom rules. The fines could be pretty steep too. One family had to give up a whole week's worth of firewood as punishment for bad sleeping plans. These sleep checkers even carried measuring sticks to ensure proper spacing between sleepers. The bed platforms themselves were building wonders disguised as simple furniture. Experts studying kept old-time beds found they were built with multiple layers of insulation. The bottom layer was usually packed straw and changed seasonally, followed by a layer of wool when they could afford it, and topped with whatever fabrics the family owned. But what's clever is that they angled these platforms at exactly 15 degrees. Modern heat tests shows this angle created perfect airflow while keeping in the most heat. These people were basically sleep scientists. Recent rebuilds of these beds have shown they keep temps up to 12 degrees warmer than flat sleeping surfaces. The layered building also helped prevent drafts, with each layer reducing air movement by about 4. Getting the bedding plan wrong could be a serious problem. Town records from 1250 to 1350 show multiple cases of families being moved to the town hall during extreme cold snaps because they failed to keep proper sleeping settings. One particularly dramatic account from 1298 describes a village elder showing proper sleep positioning by arranging the entire family like spoons in a drawer. Old-time people invented spooning. Old records suggest this spooning plan could raise body temperature by up to 2 degrees compared to random positioning. Scientific tests of shared body heat spread shows this plan was nearly perfect for heat keeping. The height of the bed platform mattered too. Findings show they built these platforms exactly 18 inches off the ground. This wasn't random. Modern tests show this height kept sleepers above the coldest layer of air that settled at floor level, while still getting rising heat from any animals kept below. Some particularly clever households even built their bed platforms directly above the cow pen. Old-time underfloor heating at its finest. Temp tests in rebuilt old-time houses show this height could mean a difference of up to 5 degrees. The platforms were also slightly tilted toward the center, creating a subtle bowl effect that kept everyone from rolling out while sleeping. It's also impressive how they planned sleep. Unlike today where everyone just falls asleep whenever they feel like it, old-time families planned their sleep positions throughout the night. The youngest and oldest family members, who needed the most warmth, started in the middle of the group. As people got up for their various night duties, checking the fires, caring for animals, or the famous first sleep activities. They would rotate positions to keep the best heat spread. It was like a complex dance plan, except everyone was asleep. Town records actually include detailed drawings showing these rotation patterns and schedules. Those warm bodies needed proper clothing to make the most of their shared sleeping space. And old-time people had some pretty fancy clothing solutions. Forget everything you've seen in old-time movies. These people weren't running around in thin clothes during winter. The real old-time fashion scene would shock modern designers. For starters, they never washed their winter clothes. Before you say gross, there was actual science behind this choice. The natural oil in wool acts as a waterproofing agent, and washing removes it. One old-time text from 1267 specifically warns, "A clean wool cloak is a cold wool cloak." Old-time people understood chemistry without knowing what chemistry was. Modern lab tests on kept old-time clothes show unwashed wool clothing kept up to 40% more water resistance than washed versions. Wool was the superstar of old-time winter wear. Findings show they didn't just wear one layer of wool, they wore up to 5 layers. Each layer was treated differently to serve a specific purpose. The innermost layer was soft and thin, while outer layers were progressively thicker and rougher. Scientists studying kept old-time clothing found this layering trick created air pockets that trapped heat more effectively than modern man-made fabrics. Tests show a typical old-time winter outfit could keep body heat for up to 6 hours in freezing temps. Analysis of the weaving patterns reveals they even adjusted the direction of the wool fibers in each layer to maximize insulation. But it gets interesting when they stuffed their clothes with dried moss and straw. Recent study of kept clothing from the 1300s shows traces of over 12 different types of moss used for insulation. Each type had different properties. Some were naturally anti-germ, others were better at trapping air. Town records even show villages had special moss collectors who knew exactly which types to gather. One record from 1292 describes a heated argument between 2 villages over access to a particularly good moss gathering spot. Old-time people literally fought over moss. That's how important it was. Scientific tests of these moss types shows some had insulation properties comparable to modern man-made materials. The really impressive thing is how they treated their winter clothes. They'd rub them with animal fat, usually sheep or deer, to increase water resistance. Lab tests on recreated old-time clothing shows this treatment was surprisingly good. It could keep water off for up to 4 hours in heavy rain. They also found that mixing certain types of tree sap with the fat made it even more water resistant. An old-time recipe from 1285 says to mix pine sap with sheep fat in exact amounts that modern scientists say is nearly identical to modern waterproofing formulas. Recent tests show this mixture could keep its water-resistant properties for up to 3 months before needing reapplication. Linen underclothes were the old-time version of high-tech base layers, but only well-off country folk could afford them. Instead, most people used this trick of weaving their innermost wool layer with nettle fiber. Modern fabric tests shows this created a material that moved wetness away from the body almost as well as modern man-made materials. It was itchy as anything, but it kept you dry and warm. One old-time writer complained about the eternal itch of winter clothes, but noted it was better than freezing. Lab tests show these nettle wool mixes could move moisture at 80% the efficiency of modern sports fabrics. Every piece of old-time winter clothing had a specific purpose. Take their weird-looking hoods, for example. Findings show they weren't just floppy hats. They were engineered with multiple panels that could be adjusted based on wind direction. Tests on rebuilt old-time hoods showed they could reduce wind chill effects by up to 60% when properly positioned. And those funny-looking pointy shoes? They were actually designed to minimize contact with frozen ground. Less surface area meant less heat loss through the feet. Modern heat pictures shows these designs reduced heat loss by up to 25% compared to normal old-time footwear. Old-time clothing care was an art form. They stored winter clothes in special chests with nice-smelling herbs that naturally kept moths away. But these weren't just any herbs, they chose specific combinations that also had anti-germ property. Scientists testing kept old-time clothing chests found traces of herbs that are now known to contain natural antibacterial compounds. These people were fighting germs before they knew germs exist. Chemical tests of these herb combinations shows they were as good as some modern moth-fighting alternatives. They also had seasonal clothing rotation down to a science. Town records show specific dates for changing to winter clothes based on generations of weather watch, but it wasn't just about the calendar. They watched for specific signs in nature. One record from 1278 lists things like when the blackberries wither, and when the geese fly south, as signals to break out the heavy winter gear. Modern weather experts have found these natural indicators were surprisingly accurate predictors of temp changes, often matching modern forecasting with 85% accuracy. Their winter clothes were group projects. Villages would hold spinning bees where everyone gathered to process wool and make winter clothing together. But this wasn't just about socializing. Body heat from 20 to 30 people working in one space could raise the temperature enough to keep everyone warm while they worked. One town record shows a village saving 3 weeks' worth of firewood by organizing group sewing sessions in cold weather. Temp tests in rebuilt old-time workshops show these gatherings could raise room temp by up to 6 degrees. When those warm woolen clothes weren't quite enough to fight off the bitter cold, old-time country folk had another trick. They brought their animals inside, and these weren't just any old farm animals. A single cow could raise the room temperature by 2 to 3. That might not sound like much until you realize most old-time families kept 3 or 4 cows inside during winter. Add in some sheep, chickens, and maybe a pig or two, and suddenly, you've got a pretty cozy setup. Researchers studying old-time housing layouts found that smart animal placement could create temp increases of up to 10 degrees. Modern heat pictures of rebuilt old-time homes shows these temp gains could last for up to 12 hours at a time. The most efficient plans could keep these temps with just half the usual firewood use. The science behind this was actually pretty advanced. Findings show old-time houses had specific zones for different animals based on how much body heat they make. Cows, being the best heaters, got prime spots near sleeping areas. Pigs, which make about half as much heat as cows, were placed near food storage areas. Chickens, despite their tiny size, were particularly valued because they could fit into small spaces and still pump out surprising amounts of warmth. One old-time record from 1288 actually ranks animals by their heating value. A cow was worth 4 sheep or 16 chickens in terms of warmth. Recent scientific tests confirms these old-time heat calculations were remarkably accurate, with modern heat studies showing only a 5% difference from their guesses. But it wasn't just about the heat these animals create. What scientists now call a basic greenhouse effect. Their breath and body heat would create warm, wet air that helped prevent the bitter cold from seeping in. Modern experts have recreated these conditions and found that animal-warmed old-time houses could keep relative wetness around 6, perfect for preventing both freezing and mold growth. Your modern humidifier has nothing on old-time livestock. Lab tests show this wetness level also helped preserve wooden structures and prevented breathing problems common in dry winter air. The mix of heat and wetness created a mini-climate that could extend food keeping times by up to 3 weeks. It's really clever how they designed special winter quarters for the animals. Digs have uncovered proof of raised platforms and special feeding troughs that kept animals in specific positions to maximize heat spread. One particularly well-kept site showed a system where cows were positioned so their breath would create a warm air current flowing toward the family's sleeping area. These people were old-time heating engineers. Tests of airflow patterns in rebuilt buildings shows these plans could increase effective temp by an additional 2 to 3 degrees. Studies of kept floor plans reveal they even accounted for seasonal wind direction when positioning their animal pen. Town court records reveal some pretty interesting fights about winter animal plans. One document from 1296 describes two families arguing over whose turn it was to host the village's largest bull. Apparently, he was the premium heating unit in town. Another record shows a family being fined for trying to claim their skinny cow provided as much heat as their neighbor's fat one. They actually had standards for this stuff. Court records include detailed statements from animal heat checkers who would evaluate livestock for their warming potential. These checkers developed a fancy scoring system based on animal size, age, and health that modern researchers find remarkably consistent with actual heat output tests. The plan wasn't just random either. Scientists studying old-time floor plans found they positioned animals to create heat currents that would move warm air throughout the house. The animal's body heat would cause the air to rise, creating a natural circulation system. Tests in rebuilt old-time houses show this system could keep temps above freezing even when it was 10 degrees outside. No wonder these plans were taken so seriously. They were literally Modern airflow studies have revealed these old-time designs achieve 70% of the efficiency of modern passive heating systems. Some particularly well-designed houses could keep stable temps for up to 18 hours without additional fuel. But keeping animals inside came with its own challenge. Old-time people developed fancy waste management systems that would impress modern farmers. They used layers of straw and ash to create composting floors that absorbed animal waste while generating additional heat through decomposition. Recent tests of kept old-time floor layers shows this system could add another 1 to 2 degrees of warmth to the house. Talk about making the best of a smelly situation. Chemical tests of these floor layers reveals they also produced natural germ-killing compounds that helped prevent disease. The layered composting system created a self-sustaining cycle that provided both heat and fertilizer for spring planting. The animals also needed to be fed and watered without letting all the warm air escape. Findings show they developed clever feeding systems using chutes and hatches that minimized how often doors needed to be opened. One particularly clever design from a 1290s house shows a rotating feed box that could be loaded from outside and turned inward. Old-time people invented the pet door. Testing of rebuilt feeding systems shows they reduced warm air loss by up to 60% compared to normal door opening. Energy-saving studies show these old-time designs were nearly as good as modern airlock entry systems. Some villages even had specific rules about which animals could be kept inside based on house size and family numbers. Town records show calculations for best animal warmth ratios. They figured out exactly how many animals could comfortably fit in a space while providing maximum heat benefit. One record from 1295 says that a family of 5 needed at least 2 cows' worth of animal heat to survive the winter. Modern heat calculations show these old-time guesses were surprisingly accurate, falling within 10% of current scientific measurements for animal heat generation. Living in today's world seems tough? You wouldn't survive even one day in the Middle Ages. Our current comforts have made us weak, and the daily struggles of people back then would absolutely stun you. Let's talk about what they ate. Stuff that would have you racing back to our time faster than you can say fast food. Forget those movie scenes showing big parties with huge chicken legs. For ordinary people, food was tasteless, dull, and often risky. Most folks ate meals about as exciting as watching a wall. Poor people mostly lived on a thin, watery mix called pottage, basically a sad soup made from whatever plants they could grow, cooked in the same pot for several days. It was like a mystery stew that hid bugs and soil instead of vegetables. Bread was the main food for nearly everyone, but it wasn't the soft white kind we enjoy now. Old-time bread was thick, brown, and often contained unwanted extra. The flour was typically ground between rocks that would break off into the mix. People then had stronger teeth, not from good genes but from always chewing what was basically rock-filled dough. Here's a scary fact. Much of their bread had a fungus called ergot that grows on grain. Ergot poisoning caused seeing things, burning feelings, and sometimes death. Some experts think ergot poisoning might have led to witch hunts because whole villages would start seeing things together. Imagine thinking your neighbor practices magic, when really your baker just needed to clean his tools. Meat was rare for most people. When they did get it, it was often nearly spoiled because they couldn't keep food cold. To hide the taste of bad meat, they used strong spices if they could pay for them. Otherwise, you just didn't breathe through your nose and hoped for the best. The 5-second rule in those days was more like the 5-day rule. The worst part, you couldn't even wash down this awful food with water because drinking it would make you ill. Most water sources were dirty with human waste and other nasty stuff. Instead, everyone, even children, drank beer or ale. Not the strong kind we have today, but a weaker version that was safer than water because making it killed germs. Research shows the average poor person drank about 8 cups of ale daily. Children as young as 5 regularly had ale with every meal. Kids in those times didn't need fake IDs to drink. They needed them to get water. Fish was another common food, but usually dried or salted since fresh fish went bad quickly. People living near the sea might get fresh fish, but for those living inland, fish arrived days or weeks old. The smell alone would knock you out. By now your stomach is probably turning, which brings us nicely to the next old-time horror: bathroom. For the average person, going to the toilet meant using a bowl or bucket kept under the bed. Once full, you'd either empty it yourself or wait for someone to collect it. Where did they empty it? Usually right out the window into the street below. The old-time version of "look out below" wasn't about falling objects but falling poop. The common practice in towns was to simply yell a warning before throwing waste from upper windows. This warning came from the French words meaning "watch out for the water." By water they meant something far less pleasant. This practice was so common that in some medieval cities the rule was that waste could only be thrown from windows after 10 at night. If you were lucky enough to visit a castle, you might find a toilet which was basically a hole in a stone seat that dropped waste straight down the castle wall. In one castle, researchers found a toilet that dropped waste nearly 70 feet. Kings and queens might have had fancy chairs, but their toilets were just holes with a breeze. For those who couldn't wait to get home to their pot, the options were gross. Public areas often had spots where people would relieve themselves, creating what we now call open sewers. In London, there were places called common toilets built over rivers, but these were few. The job of collecting and getting rid of human waste fell to workers with the unfortunate title of gong farmers. These brave souls would collect waste from pits and take it outside the city wall. They could only work at night, and the smell stuck to them so badly they weren't allowed in public places. Despite the awful conditions, gong farmers were actually paid quite well, about 4 times what a regular worker made. The smell of cities was famous. One river was so dirty with waste that it was described as a monster of smell. Toilet paper. Forget about it. People used whatever was available. Leaves, moss, their left hand, or if they were wealthy, pieces of wool or hemp. The Romans had actually used sponges on sticks that they would rinse in vinegar or salt water, but that knowledge was mostly lost by medieval times. After spending a day drinking ale to avoid water sickness, and then finding nowhere decent to relieve yourself, you'd be ready to head back to our time. But the toilet situation was just one of many harsh realities that made life then a daily fight for survival. Forget those romantic ideas of being a brave knight or beautiful lady in a castle. In those times, most people worked back-breaking jobs from sunrise to sunset with barely enough pay to live. Most people were poor farmers, who worked land owned by rich people. Their daily routine: wake at dawn, work until dark, fall into bed, repeat until death. A typical farmer plowed fields using wooden tools pulled by oxen, planted seeds by hand, and gathered crops with basic cutting tools. During harvest season, farmers worked 16-hour days in the hot sun. Records from Old England show that a typical farm worker would burn over 4,000 calories daily, just from physical work. Farmers back then didn't need gym passes, they just needed to stay alive another day. For those not farming, trades and crafts offered other jobs, though these had their own hardships. Blacksmiths spent their days in smoky workshops breathing toxic fumes and risking burns and eye injuries. Leather makers worked with urine and poisonous chemicals that turned their skin yellow and made them smell terrible. Want to become a skilled tradesperson? Better start young. Training typically began at age 7 when children would be sent to live with a master craftsman. These young learners worked 6 or 7 days a week for up to 14 years before they could become journeymen. Career advisors back then had a pretty simple job chart. Can you lift heavy things? If yes, farmer. If no, early death. Some jobs were designed specifically for the poor and desperate. Boys carried torches to light the way for rich people at night. Others collected dog poop to sell to leather makers. The pay for most jobs would barely cover basic survival. A day laborer in Old England might earn 1 or 2 pennies per day, just enough to buy about 2 loaves of bread. Getting paid minimum wage wasn't a concept. The concept was minimum you need so you don't die before finishing your work. With such physically demanding work and poor nutrition, your body would wear out quickly. Sickness was everywhere. Medicine barely existed, and what passed for healthcare would today be considered torture. The old version of WebMD had just one diagnosis for everything: you're probably going to die. A simple cold or flu that we treat with rest and over-the-counter medicine could be deadly. Without understanding germs or infection, people believed illness came from bad air or an imbalance of the 4 body fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. Got a fever? Time for bloodletting. This involved cutting open a vein and draining blood into a bowl. Doctors back then had one solution for everything: you've got too much blood, let me fix that for you. Leeches were another popular treatment. These blood-sucking creatures were put on the skin to draw out bad blood. One medical book recommended using 70 leeches at once for certain conditions. The death rate from disease was shocking. About 30% of children died before age 5, and the average lifespan was between 30. The Black Death killed roughly 50% of Europe's population in the mid-14th century. Tooth problems were particularly awful. With no proper toothbrushes or understanding of dental care, tooth decay was common. Dentists back then didn't need appointments. They just waited until someone was screaming loud enough to be heard across town. Even the medicines that were available were often deadly. Mercury was prescribed for everything from skin conditions to syphilis. Their prescription drugs didn't need warning labels about side effects. The side effect was always might kill you faster than the disease. The worst part: many diseases spread because of poor understanding of cleanliness. Their idea of hand sanitizer was wiping their palms on their already dirty clothes, which is like trying to clean a muddy shoe with a dirty sock. Even if you somehow survived all these old-time medical treatments, your troubles were far from over. Life in the Middle Ages found plenty of other ways to make each day hard. Justice back then wasn't just blind, it was downright cruel, unfair, and often completely random. The legal system ran on principles that would make modern lawyers scream in horror. First off, laws varied wildly from one town to the next. What was perfectly legal in one village could get you thrown in a dungeon just 5 miles away. There were no standard legal codes, and most common people had no idea what was actually against the law until they were accused of breaking it. Your rights consisted of: you have the right to be punished, you have the right to beg for mercy. Good luck with that. The punishment rarely matched the crime. Small offenses like stealing food when you were starving could result in having a hand cut off. In Old England, over 200 different crimes carried the death penalty, including cutting down a tree in the king's forest or stealing property worth more than 12 pennies. Trials were nothing like our modern court system. If you were accused of a crime, proving your innocence often involved trial by ordeal. One common method was making the accused carry a red-hot iron bar for 9 feet. If your burns healed cleanly within 3 days, you were innocent. If they became infected, which was almost guaranteed without modern medicine, you were guilty. Their version of a lie detector test was basically, let's see if God stops this painful thing from hurting you. Another popular method was trial by water. The accused was tied up and thrown into a river or lake. If you sank, you were innocent. If you floated, you were guilty and executed. The logic, water, being pure, would reject the guilty. This created a literal no-win situation for the accused. For those found guilty, execution methods were designed to be as public and terrifying as possible. Hanging was actually one of the more merciful methods. Drawing and quartering, where the condemned was dragged through streets by horses, hanged until nearly dead, cut open while still alive, beheaded, and then cut into 4 pieces, was saved for the worst crimes like treason. Public executions were community events, often drawing huge crowds who brought food and drinks as if attending a festival. Entertainment options were limited. You could watch someone being executed, or stay home and stare at your wall. Most people chose the execution. Rich people rarely faced the same justice system as commoners. If a noble was accused of a crime, they could often demand trial by combat, and hire a professional fighter to represent them. Rich criminals could also pay money to victims' families to avoid punishment. Meanwhile, poor people accused of crimes had virtually no defense options. What about jails? Old-time prisons weren't meant for long-term punishment. They were holding cells until your actual punishment could be carried out. These dungeons were dark, crowded pits where prisoners were often chained to walls or floors. No food was provided by the state. Prisoners relied on family members to bring meals or they simply starved. Torture was a standard part of the legal process, used not just for punishment, but to get confession. Devices like the rack, which stretched limbs until joints popped, the Iron Maiden, a coffin-like container lined with spikes, and thumb screws, which crushed fingers, were used to get confessions, true or false. Most people confessed to anything just to end the torture, which usually led to execution anyway. The old-time justice system's motto might as well have been confess or suffer, then suffer anyway. Public humiliation was a common punishment for minor offense. Being locked in the stocks meant sitting in a public square with your head and hands trapped between wooden boards, while townspeople threw rotten food, mud and worse at you. The ducking stool was used mainly for women accused of gossiping, or arguing with their husband. They would be strapped to a chair and repeatedly dunked underwater. Law enforcement was equally primitive. There were no professional police. Towns hired night watchmen who were often elderly men considered too old for regular work. Their main duty was to raise the alarm if they spotted a crime or fire. Old-time cops didn't read you your rights. They just shouted "Stop thief" and hoped someone in the crowd would stick out a leg to trip you. Even if you were innocent, simply being accused of a crime could ruin your life. The idea of innocent until proven guilty didn't exist. Once accused, you were basically presumed guilty, and the burden was on you to somehow prove otherwise through these horrible ordeals or trial. If the legal system didn't kill you, perhaps you'd survive long enough to experience another medieval terror, warfare. Old-time fighting was nothing like what you see in movies. Forget glorious battles with shining knights charging across open field. Real combat back then was chaotic, brutal, and almost certainly fatal for the average person. Wars happened constantly. During the 100 Years' War between England and France, fighting dragged on from 1337 to 14. The average person would experience multiple wars during their lifetime, unlike today where many people live their entire lives without seeing combat firsthand. Let's talk about armor. Only the wealthiest knights could afford full-plate armor, which cost roughly the equivalent of a modern sports car. A complete set of plate armor represented about 2 to 3 years' worth of income for a skilled craftsman. Most soldiers wore padded cloth garments, perhaps with a few metal plates sewn on if they were lucky. Knights in shining armor were the old-time version of people with expensive sports cars, rare, showing off and probably compensating for something. What about weapons? Swords were expensive and primarily used by knights and nobility. Common soldiers used spears, axes or farming tools modified for fighting. The most feared weapon was actually the longbow, which could pierce most armor at close range. English archers trained from childhood, developing deformed skeletons from the physical stress of drawing 200-pound bows thousands of times. Battles were incredibly deadly. At one battle in 1461, roughly 28,000 men died in a single day, about 1% of England's entire male population. Many froze to death in the snowstorm that came with the battle before they ever saw combat. Battle wounds were almost always fatal due to infection,
even if they weren't immediately life-threatening. For common people, the worst part of war wasn't even the battles, it was what armies did between fights. Armies lived off the land, meaning they took whatever food and supplies they needed from local villages. This often involved burning crops, killing farm animals and destroying homes. Soldiers from both sides would ransack communities, leaving civilians to starve. The old-time version of "support our troops" meant "please don't take all our food and burn our houses." Sieges were particularly horrible. When an army surrounded a castle or walled town, those trapped inside faced slow starvation. During one siege of Paris, people inside ended up eating rats, cats, and eventually each other. Sieges could last months or even years. The siege of one city during the 1600s lasted 21 years, the longest siege in history. Disease killed far more soldiers than actual fighting. Armies created perfect conditions for illness, thousands of men living in close quarters with poor cleanliness, limited food, and dirty water. During the Crusades, European armies often lost half their men to disease before ever reaching their destination. Army medics had two treatments: rub some dirt on it for minor wounds, and prepare to meet your maker for everything else. Civilians caught in war zones faced terrible choices. Fleeing meant abandoning homes and possessions, possibly facing starvation on the road. Staying meant risking violence from passing armies. Women and children weren't spared. Old chronicles described entire villages being killed regardless of age or gender.
If somehow you managed to avoid getting drafted into these bloody conflicts, survived the roaming armies, and didn't starve from war-caused famines, you'd still have to endure the general misery of everyday life. The smell hit you first. Towns reeked of human waste, rotting food, unwashed bodies, tanning chemicals, slaughterhouse remains, and smoke from countless fires. Without garbage collection, trash piled up on streets or was tossed into the nearest river. Butchers dumped animal guts and blood right outside their shops. The smell was so overwhelming that people carried small bags of herbs to hold under their noses. The old-time version of air freshener was slightly less terrible smelling stuff to mask the horrible smelling stuff. Personal cleanliness barely existed. Most people bathed only a few times a year, usually in spring and at the end of summer. Many believed that bathing opened the skin and allowed disease to enter the body. During winter months, people might go 4 to 5 months without washing. Head lice were so common that special combs for removing them were standard grooming tools. Dating profiles back then would have included only moderate lice infestation as a major selling point. Clothing was uncomfortable, rarely washed, and worn until it fell apart. Undergarments were made of rough linen that irritated the skin. Outer garments were heavy wool that itched constantly. Both rich and poor typically owned only 2 or 3 sets of clothes total. Shoes were made of thin leather with flat soles that provided no protection from the weather. The language barrier would be nearly impossible to overcome. Middle English from the 1400s sounds almost like a foreign language to modern English speakers. Common phrases like "what is your name?" would be incomprehensible. You'd struggle to understand others, and they'd think you were speaking nonsense. Privacy didn't exist. Most households consisted of one room where everyone ate, worked, and slept together. Beds were shared by multiple family members, and sometimes travelers would share beds with strangers at inns. Even wealthy homes had servants present at all times, including during private moments. Entertainment options were limited and often violent. Public executions drew large crowds and were treated as festivals. Animal fights, where dogs would attack chained bears or bulls, were popular. Less violent options included watching traveling performers or listening to people tell stories, but these were infrequent treats. The social structure was rigid and unforgiving. The feudal system meant everyone had a fixed place, and changing your social position was nearly impossible. About 90% of the population were peasants who owned nothing and worked land belonging to nobles. Moving up in station or changing jobs rarely happened. Knowledge was limited, and superstition filled the gaps. Most people believed in witches, demons, and magical creatures. Medical problems were blamed on evil spirits, bad air, or star positions. A solar eclipse could send an entire town into panic, believing the world was ending. Fact-checking consisted of asking the oldest person in the village if they'd heard the same thing before. Communication was slow and unreliable. News traveled at the speed of a walking messenger or horseback rider. Information from 50 miles away might take days to arrive, and news from other countries could take months, if it arrived at all. By this point in our journey through old-time horrors, you'd be desperately searching for a way back to your comfortable modern life with its antibiotics, indoor plumbing, human rights, and deodorant. The past may seem romantic in books and movies, but the reality of life back then was a daily struggle that few of us modern humans could endure even for a day. How medieval peasants survived freezing winters. VOZ10 ARM, NZLG. During cold seasons in the Middle Ages, country folk faced huge challenges just to stay alive. While stories might show fancy stone buildings with warm fires, most regular people lived in tiny homes that felt like iceboxes. Getting up before daylight in a freezing house meant starting a difficult day ahead. To understand how tough it was, think about this. Nowadays we get upset when our heating costs too much, or when it's slightly chilly inside. Back then, records show winter could bring temperatures down to 0 degrees in places like England and northern France. That's cold enough to make your shoes stick to the ground, which actually happened often. Every morning started in darkness, with farmers pulling themselves from their ice-cold sleeping spots to take care of animals or do other jobs. One writer from that time mentioned people waking up with ice on their eyebrows, a natural morning wake-up call. The sleeping spots weren't what we'd expect either. Beds were mostly big piles of dry grass and plant stalks spread on the floor, a simple do-it-yourself project that didn't go so well. But these basic beds worked better than you might think. Studies of old farm homes show these grass beds could be up to 2 feet thick, similar to having a very large mattress made from leftover farm stuff. Farmers would gather fresh grass during warm months, saving extra bundles just for winter bedding. They'd put down thick layers to keep themselves off the freezing ground, which was important since most homes had dirt floors that became super cold in winter. Each morning they had to shake out their bedding, which sometimes led to surprises, from mice making nests, to bugs treating the bed like food, to even finding a fresh egg laid by a chicken while they slept. The smart thing about grass beds was how they naturally kept warmth. When packed tightly, grass trapped air pockets that worked like nature's own insulation, keeping heat from escaping into the cold ground. People often added whatever else they could find, old clothes, worn blankets, even dried moss. During extra cold nights, they'd switch in fresh grass from storage, because flattened grass lost its warming properties over time. The bad part, grass beds soaked up moisture in the damp climate, and could get very smelly. If you had breathing problems or allergies, there weren't any pills available from local healers. One story tells of a rich person who had to spend a night in a poor person's home, and complained for weeks about how the grass bed made him sneeze so much he thought his nose would fall off. These beds weren't just for sleeping, they also served as chairs during the day. When visitors came, if they ever did, everyone would sit around on these grass piles like they were simple cushions, though nobody was calling them trendy back then. At least these beds had one good point compared to modern mattresses. Tiny biting bugs preferred fabric to grass, but there was one material that country people depended on completely during winter. Sheep hair cloth was basically the superhero outfit of the Middle Ages, except instead of fighting bad guys, it fought freezing temperature. Country folk used so much of this cloth that experts think one family might have owned up to 20 pounds of sheep hair clothing, about as heavy as a small child, except this child kept you warm, and sometimes made you itch terribly. The interesting thing about sheep hair cloth was how people got it. Each spring, Local animal keepers would cut the hair from their sheep, and farmers would buy or trade for the raw material. But here's where it gets interesting. They didn't just put it on like we do with modern sweaters. The hair had to be processed, meaning hours of cleaning, combing, and spinning. And you thought doing laundry today was hard. Here's an interesting fact that will make you appreciate your modern clothes. This cloth still contained the natural oil from sheep that made the fabric resist water. Sure, it smelled like wet sheep when it rained, but at least the water rolled right off. Some clever farmers figured out that keeping extra oil in the cloth meant they stayed drier, though they probably weren't winning any fashion contests or getting invited to fancy meals at the big house. Country people rarely washed their sheep hair clothes, and for once they actually had a good reason. Wet cloth in freezing temperatures is a recipe for becoming frozen solid. One old record tells of a farmer who washed his coat in winter and found it frozen stiff enough to stand up by itself. After that, it became a local joke, as stiff as John's winter washing. But sheep hair cloth wasn't perfect. For one thing, it attracted tiny jumping bugs like nothing else. People would often hang their clothes near the smoke from their fires, hoping the smoke would drive away the unwanted tiny visitors. The downside, they ended up smelling like a mix of sheep and fire, country person perfume if you will. The magic of sheep hair cloth showed up during the worst winter storms. Modern tests have shown that wet wool can still keep you warm. Even when soaking wet, it keeps about 80% of its warming power. Country folk didn't need scientists to tell them this. They walked through snowstorms looking like moving haystacks, wrapped in layer after layer of the stuff. But one piece of sheep hair clothing was never enough in the harsh winters. These clever farmers had a solution that would make any modern fashion lover cringe. In the Middle Ages, the fashion rule was simple: if you can still move your arms, you haven't put on enough clothes yet. People didn't just wear layers, they became experts at looking like walking closets. Evidence from old sites shows that the average farmer would wear between 4 to 7 layers of clothing during the coldest days, which probably made them look like they'd taken everything from every clothesline in the village. Let's break down this outfit collection. First came the bottom layer, a long linen shirt that reached down to their knees. On top of that, they'd add a sheep hair top, then another top, because why stop at one, followed by a sleeveless jacket. If they were lucky enough to own one, they'd throw on a fur-lined cloak. The whole outfit was often tied together with a rope belt, which was less about looking good and more about keeping all those layers from falling off. Getting dressed was like a daily workout. One old account describes a farmer who got so tangled in his layers that his wife had to roll him around the room like a barrel until he popped free. And you thought putting on tight pants was hard. These farmers were actually onto something with all these layers. Modern scientists have found that multiple thin layers trap warm air better than one thick layer. The farmers figured this out through trial and error, mostly error, probably, and a lot of frozen toes along the way. The real challenge came when nature called. With all those layers, a quick trip to the outhouse turned into a major adventure. Records from the time mention people avoiding drinking water in winter just to skip the whole undressing-redressing process. Talk about dedication to staying warm. Children had it especially tough. Parents would wrap them in so many layers that they'd walk around like tiny drunk birds. One writer joked that you could always spot the children in winter. They were the round bundles rolling down the village hills because they couldn't bend their knees to walk properly. Even with all these layers, people still needed something else to keep warm. That's where the most important feature of any old-time home came in. A feature that could either save your life or fill your lungs with smoke. A fireplace, if you could even call it that. Really, it was just a fire pit in the middle of the room, with smoke going wherever it pleased. Old-time builders hadn't quite figured out the whole chimney thing yet, which meant most homes had a lovely atmosphere of constantly smoked meat, including the people in. Old diggings have revealed something interesting. The average home had a fire pit about 3 feet across, surrounded by stones, but only about 15% of the heat actually stayed in the room. The rest went straight up through the holes in the roof.
which were supposed to let the smoke out but mostly just let snow in. Country folk basically created the world's least efficient heating system. The fun started when it came to finding fuel. Forget nice dry firewood, that was for the rich folks. Poor people burned whatever they could get. Old furniture, in the fire, last year's broken tools, perfect fuel. Your neighbor's fence that mysteriously disappeared overnight. Hey! What happens in medieval winter stays in medieval winter. Records from one English village show that a group of farmers once burned an entire abandoned barn piece by piece throughout a particularly harsh winter. The local lord wasn't too happy about that. Getting the fire started each morning was a whole adventure. They'd keep a single coal alive overnight, buried in ashes. Losing it meant a very cold walk to borrow fire from a neighbor. One story tells of a man who had to carry a hot coal home in a hollowed-out turnip because he had nothing else to transport it in. He ran so fast to keep it alive that people thought he was being chased by evil spirits. The smoke was both good and bad. Sure, it made everyone's eyes water and probably made them die younger, but it also kept the bugs away and accidentally preserved the roof beams. Modern analysis of surviving old timbers shows they were actually protected by the layers of black stuff that built up over years. It's probably not a preservation method you'll find in today's home improvement guides. Each family had their own tricks for managing the fire. Some would sleep in shifts to keep it going through the night. Others developed complex systems of banking the coals just right. Many believed that if you whisper to the fire while adding fuel, it would burn better, though that might have just been the smoke making them a bit loopy. After a long day of trying not to freeze or choke from smoke, people needed something to warm their insides too. Their dinner meant old-time winter meals were like playing a really weird version of What's in the Pot. Research shows that the average farm family had about 7 to 8 basic ingredients they used all winter long, and most of them were root vegetables that looked like they'd been grown in a monster's garden. Turnips, parsnips, and something called neeps, which honestly sounds more like a disease than a vegetable, were the main items. The cooking process was pretty much the same every day. Throw everything into a pot, add water, and hope it turns into something edible. This pot would hang over the fire all day long, with family members tossing in whatever they could find. Researchers have found records of some truly creative additions: tree bark for fiber, small stones for minerals, and even leather for protein. One record mentions a family who got so desperate they tried cooking their wooden spoon, claiming it added flavor, but these farmers were surprisingly clever with their winter food storage. They'd save everything they could during summer and fall. Vegetables were packed in sand or stored in cool, dark places. Meat, when they could get it, was heavily salted or smoked. Some families became so good at food preservation that their neighbors would offer trades for their knowledge. 3 turnips for your secret meat smoking technique was apparently a real bargain back then. It's also interesting how they used wild plants and herbs. Country folk were like walking plant guides. They knew exactly which winter plants could make their stews taste better, or at least hide the taste of that 3-day-old mystery meat. One popular herb was something called poor man's pepper, a plant that grew wild and could make even a boot taste decent if you used enough of it. But the winners of winter cooking were the herbs they dried during summer. Every house had bundles hanging from the roof beams, making the place look like a medicine shop. These weren't just for flavor, many had healing properties that helped fight off winter sickness, though given how much smoke they were breathing in from their fires, they probably needed all the medicinal help they could get. At night, families would gather around their never-ending stew pot, sharing the day's gossip and trying not to think about what might be floating in their dinner. But they weren't alone in their cozy homes. They had some unexpected roommates keeping them warm. Studies of old house layouts show that up to 30% of living space was shared with animals during winter. That's right, chickens, pigs, sheep and even cows became temporary indoor roommates when temperatures dropped. These animal arrangements weren't random. Each creature had its own special heating properties. Cows, for example, could make as much heat as a small fireplace, around 5,000 heat units per hour. Country folk didn't know what heat units were, but they knew that sleeping near Bessie the cow meant waking up with all their toes still attached. Pigs were like portable heaters, chickens were feathered foot warmers, and sheep were basically walking blankets. Of course, this setup came with some interesting challenges. You haven't experienced true chaos until you've tried eating dinner with a curious pig trying to stick its nose in your bowl. Evidence shows that many homes had low barriers built to keep animals in certain areas, though based on old accounts, these barriers were more like polite suggestions that the animals completely ignored. The nighttime sounds were something special too. Between the cows mooing, the pigs snoring, and the chickens' random midnight announcements, people probably learned to sleep through noise out of pure necessity. One funny account from a traveling seller describes staying at a poor person's house and being convinced the rooster had a personal grudge against him. It kept crowing directly in his ear every time he dozed off. But these animal roommates served multiple purposes besides being living heaters. They provided an early warning system against thieves, try sneaking past a paranoid goose, and their breath helped keep the room humid, which actually made it feel warmer. Scientists have confirmed that a properly humid room feels 3 to 4 degrees warmer than a dry one. Those farmers might not have known the science, but they knew it worked. Some people even developed specific house rules for their animals. Chickens might get the window spots to catch the first light and wake everyone up, while larger animals stayed near the back wall where their body heat could bounce off the stone. It was like an old-time version of a homeowners association, just with more animal waste to deal with. As clever as these indoor arrangements were, farmers still needed to protect themselves from the brutal winter weather when they went outside. Their solution: they turned their homes into mini forts against the cold, using some pretty creative building technique. They took their typical house, cut it in half, and buried the bottom part underground. This clever design provided extra insulation, keeping the cold away while they huddled in. Diggings have uncovered evidence that nearly 40% of poor people's homes in Northern Europe were partially buried in the earth. These weren't exactly luxury basement apartments, but they were onto something incredibly smart. The ground temperature stays pretty steady at about 55 Fahrenheit once you get a few feet down. Modern scientists call this underground heating stability, but farmers just called it common sense. They dig down about 3 to 4 feet, build their walls up from there, and end up with a home that stayed warmer in winter and cooler in summer. It was like having old-time air conditioning, minus the air and the condition. Building materials were whatever they could get their hands on. Straw, mud, stones, wood. If it could make a wall, they used it. Some resourceful farmers would take stones from old Roman ruins, leading to houses that were part farmer's hut, part ancient empire. The local lords weren't thrilled about this recycling program, but hey, when you're freezing, a stone is a stone. The really clever bit was how they handled drafts. Every crack and gap was filled with a mixture of mud, straw, and animal waste. This natural caulking worked surprisingly well. Tests on rebuilt houses show it could reduce heat loss by up to 6. Plus, it gave new meaning to the phrase, "This place is a dump." Doors were another fascinating feature. Most homes only had one door, and it usually faced away from the main window. This wasn't just random, it was simple engineering at its finest. They'd often build a small entrance tunnel, kind of like what you'd see in a snow house. One person described it as entering through a dragon's throat, though given the smells from all those indoor animals, that might not have been far off. The roofs were layered like the world's thickest sandwich. Branches, straw, more branches, more straw, and sometimes even chunks of grass with soil. In some places, farmers would let grass grow on their roofs, not because they were trying to create green architecture, but because the roots helped hold everything together. Plus, their goats could eat up there if they were feeling adventurous.
A well-built house was only half the battle against winter's fury. To go outside, country people needed a special set of tools that would make modern survival experts jealous. And boy, did they have a collection. Findings show that the average farmer owned about 68 essential winter tools, each one carefully maintained and passed down through families. These weren't just tools, they were the difference between life and turning into a human ice cube. The snow shovel was the king of winter tools, but it looked nothing like what we use today. Made from a single piece of hard wood, with a wide flat end, these old shovels were actually more efficient at moving heavy snow than modern plastic ones. Tests on recreated old shovels show they could move about 30% more snow per scoop. Of course, they also weighed about as much as a small child, so using one was like doing heavy exercise, old style. Thick socks were worth their weight in gold, literally. Records from one old market show that a pair of well-made winter socks could cost as much as a chicken. These weren't your basic wool socks either. People would weave strips of rabbit fur between the wool layers, creating nature's own winter boots. One writer complained that his feet were so warm in these socks, he worried they'd cook. The most fascinating tool was something called a snow score, a long stick used to mark paths in deep snow. Farmers would plant these sticks along common roads before big storms hit. Smart move, considering getting lost in an old-time snowstorm meant playing a very cold version of hide and seek that nobody wanted to win. Old records mention one village that painted their snow markers with different colors of berry juice to create the world's first simple direction system. But the real champion of old-time winter gear was the humble mitten. Not gloves, mittens. They discovered what scientists only proved centuries later. Keeping your fingers together makes more warmth than separating them. These weren't store-bought mittens either. Farmers would stuff them with everything from dried moss to chicken feathers. One creative person even made mittens stuffed with cat hair. Talk about recycling. The tools had to be ready at a moment's notice. Old-time weather forecasting consisted mainly of looking at the sky and hoping for the best. They did have some surprisingly accurate prediction methods though. If the cows in the house started getting extra cuddly, a storm was coming. When the pigs gathered extra straw, cold weather was on the way. It wasn't exactly the Weather Channel, but it worked. These clever old-time solutions show just how resourceful people can be when survival is on the line. From underground houses to animal roommates, from never-ending stews to fur-lined socks, Middle Ages farmers wrote their own survival guide, one freezing winter at a time. Creating a fortress wasn't like putting together a basic wooden bookshelf. There were no do-overs. And one mistake didn't mean a wobbly structure, but tons of rock falling on your head. Rulers found this out the hard way, usually right after someone confidently said, "That should work." Rulers in the Middle Ages were the original property experts. When finding spots for their fortresses, they weren't just looking for nice neighborhoods. Picking the right location was like a life or death game of property hunting. Choose wrong and you might lose more than just your money. Rulers couldn't simply point to a map and say, "Build my fortress there." They needed a place that would keep them safe, well supplied, and powerful. It's like picking a seat in class. You want to see everything, have easy access to the door, and maybe sit close enough to get a pencil when needed. Except instead of pencils, we're talking about staying safe from armies trying to kill you. High ground was the Middle Ages version of top-floor living. From up high you could spot enemies miles away, giving plenty of time to get ready. Plus, attacking uphill is tiring. Try running up a steep slope carrying heavy tools and armor. I once tried hiking uphill with just a backpack and felt like dying. Now imagine doing that while people shoot arrows at you. Water sources were vital too. Rulers weren't just thinking about staying hydrated, though that was important. Rivers and lakes acted as natural moats, making it harder for enemies to attack. They also provided fresh water for drinking, cooking and cleaning, because nobody wants to live in a fortress that smells like dirty socks. Recent studies show that some fortresses had clever water systems, including underground tanks that could store enough water for hundreds of people during long attacks. Being near main roads and trade routes was like having your fortress next to a Middle Ages highway. You needed supplies coming in regularly: food, weapons, building materials, and everything else that keeps a fortress running. It's similar to how modern cities grow around major travel routes, except instead of package deliveries, you're getting carts of grain and metal. Sometimes the perfect spot for a fortress already had people living there. Imagine having to tell a whole village, "Sorry folks, but the ruler wants this hill for his new fortress. Time to pack up and move." It's like when your older sibling claims the best spot on the couch, except much bigger. Records show that some rulers would move entire communities of up to 1,000 people just to build their fortresses. And sometimes they'd even move entire churches. Imagine trying to explain that to the religious leaders. The process of securing the perfect location wasn't just about physical features. Rulers had to navigate complex politics, property rights, and obligations to lords. It was like playing chess, Risk, and Sim City all at once. One wrong move could start a war, or cause peasants to rebel. In fact, there are documented cases of fortress projects being abandoned halfway through because of political arguments. Sometimes rulers would try to make the deal better for displaced locals. They might offer different land, tax breaks, or other benefits. It's like when your parents buy you ice cream after making you clean your room, except the room is your entire village, and the ice cream is probably still not worth it. One particularly clever ruler in the 12th century offered lifetime positions in his fortress staff to the leaders of a displaced village. Talk about a career change in the Middle Ages. The really smart rulers would pick spots that had symbolic meaning too. Building a fortress on the site of an ancient battlefield, or holy ground, was like Middle Ages public relations. It sent a message about power and authority. It's similar to how modern politicians love to make speeches at historic locations, but with more dungeons and drawbridges. Some fortresses were even built on sites with local legends attached to them, adding an extra layer of supernatural fear to their already scary presence. Defensive considerations could get pretty creative too. Some rulers would choose locations that looked terrible at first glance but had hidden advantages, like building near a swamp. Sure, it smelled bad, but try moving attack equipment through marshy ground. One famous fortress in Wales was built with 3 sides facing steep cliffs, making it nearly impossible to attack from those directions. Talk about working smarter, not harder. Some fortress locations were chosen based on star alignment. Certain builders would position fortresses so that the sun would shine directly through specific windows on important dates like the ruler's birthday or religious festivals. Middle Ages bling at its finest. Of course, once you finally picked the perfect spot, you've only solved the first piece of the puzzle. Now comes the really fun part: gathering all the materials needed to build this massive stone structure. And when I say fun, I mean a planning nightmare that would make modern construction projects look like building with toy blocks. Just imagine trying to move thousands of tons of rock without trucks, cranes, or even proper roads. The amount of rock needed for a typical fortress foundation alone could fill about 50 modern swimming pools. And that's just the beginning of the material gathering adventure. You'd think it would be as simple as ordering from Middle Ages quick delivery, but no such luck. We're talking about moving thousands of tons of rock without trucks, cranes, or even decent roads. Makes you appreciate modern building equipment, doesn't it? Let's talk numbers for a second. A typical medium-sized fortress needed about 12. To put that in perspective, that's the weight of about 2,000 elephants. The biggest fortresses could use up to 50,000 tons, basically a small mountain's worth of rock, and you thought moving your couch was hard. Recent studies have shown that some of the larger fortresses in Wales use rock blocks weighing up to 1.5 tons each. That's heavier than a modern car. The closest quarry wasn't always next door either. Sometimes the good rock was miles away, which meant organizing the Middle Ages version of a cross-country moving company. They'd create temporary wooden roads just to handle the weight of the rock blocks. These roads were actually pretty clever. They'd put down thick wooden planks and regularly replace them as they wore out, kind of like a Middle Ages version of road maintenance. Except instead of orange cones, they probably just had a guy with a flag saying, "Hey, watch out for the giant rock." Transportation was a whole circus act in itself. Oxen were the Middle Ages version of semi-trucks, except way slower and with more attitude problems. A team of oxen could pull about 2 tons of rock at once, moving at the blazing speed of. At that rate, if the quarry was 10 miles away, you'd spend an entire day just making one round trip. Records from one fortress build show they needed 200 oxen working continuously for 3 years, just to transport the rock. Some clever builders used rivers when they floating rock downstream on barges was like the Middle Ages version of express shipping, faster and easier than land transport. Of course, this only worked if you were lucky enough to have a river between your quarry and your building site. Otherwise, it was back to the oxen express. But rock wasn't the only material they needed. Wood was just as important, and they needed tons of it. They'd use it for scaffolding, roofs, doors, and temporary structures during construction. Records from one fortress build show they used over 3,000 trees just for scaffolding. Imagine being the guy in charge of counting all those trees. Middle Ages deforestation was so severe that some areas of England still haven't fully recovered their woodland 800 years later. The wood situation got so bad in some areas that they had special laws about cutting down trees. Some rulers would actually declare entire forests off limits to everyone except fortress builders. Breaking these laws could get you in serious trouble, like spend the rest of your life in the dungeon you helped build kind of trouble. Then there was the issue of skilled labor. Master stone workers were like the rock stars of the Middle Ages construction world. Rulers would actually fight over the best builders, offering them special privileges and big paychecks. Some became so famous they could demand ridiculous perks. One master worker reportedly insisted on being paid partly in wine, specifying exactly which vineyards it had to come from. Talk about Middle Ages workplace benefits. The actual workforce was massive. Historical records show that some fortress builds employed over 1,000 workers at peak construction. You had specialized stone cutters, carpenters, blacksmiths, and general laborers. Each group had their own guild rules, pay scales, and working conditions. Managing all these workers was like herding cats, if cats wore Middle Ages work boots and argued about lunch breaks. Speaking of workers, let's talk about the unsung heroes of fortress construction, the rope makers. These folks literally held everything together. A major fortress build could use several miles of rope for hauling rocks and operating pulleys. The rope had to be incredibly strong and regularly replaced. One fortress's account showed they went through enough rope in a year to stretch from London to Paris. The most surprising material they used, iron. They needed tons of it for tools, nails, hinges, and other metal work. A large fortress might use up to 50 tons of iron, and this was at a time when iron was worth its weight in silver. Records from one fortress show they used over 50,000 nails just for scaffolding. Imagine being the Middle Ages intern in charge of counting those. Quality control was another headache. Rock blocks had to be cut to exact sizes. Workers developed sophisticated techniques for testing rock quality. Some would even lick the rocks to check for problems. Not the most clean method, but hey, whatever works. They also had to check wood for rot and iron for impurities. One wrong material could bring down an entire wall. Finally, there was the storage challenge. Middle Ages builders had to keep their materials organized and protected from the weather. They built temporary shelters for storing tools and materials, which sometimes ended up being almost as big as the fortress itself. It was like having a Middle Ages home improvement store right on site. With all these materials finally gathered, and probably a few gray hairs added to the ruler's head, it was time for the next phase, laying the foundation. Because when you're about to stack thousands of tons of rock into walls and towers, you better make sure they're sitting on something solid. Some fortress foundations went so deep they actually hit bedrock. But that's a story for another part of our fortress building adventure. With thousands of tons of rock ready to go thanks to all those oxen we talked about earlier, they couldn't just start stacking rocks and hope for the best. That would be like trying to build a card tower on a wobbly table, entertaining for about 10 seconds, then disastrous. The first step, digging. Lots and lots of digging. Middle Ages builders would dig until they hit solid bedrock, which sometimes meant going down 40 feet or more. That's deeper than a 3-story house is tall. Recent studies of fortress ruins have shown that some foundations went even deeper. One fortress in Wales had foundations reaching 65 feet below ground. The builders must have felt like they were digging to the other side of the world. The foundation trenches weren't just filled with regular rock either. They used a Middle Ages version of concrete called mortar, a mix of lime, sand, and water. But sometimes they got creative with the recipe. Some builders added animal blood to their mortar mix because they believed it made it stronger. Others threw in egg whites, hair, and even beer. I guess you could say Middle Ages fortresses were held together by history's weirdest smoothie.
Here's where Middle Ages engineering gets really clever. These builders created what we now call stepped foundations. These looked like giant underground pyramids turned upside down, getting wider as they went deeper. This spread the fortress's weight out and made it more stable. One particularly impressive example discovered in Scotland had 7 distinct steps, each perfectly level, all done without modern measuring equipment. Speaking of weird construction techniques, researchers have found some strange things in fortress foundation. One fortress in England had chicken bones deliberately placed in its foundation. Middle Ages lucky chicken bones. They've also found coins, religious objects, and even shoes. At a fortress in France, they found a complete skeleton of a cat, though historians think that was probably more of an accident than a ceremony. The actual process of laying the foundation was incredibly precise. Workers would use wooden frames and plumb lines to make sure everything was perfectly straight. If you messed up the alignment at the foundation level, your whole fortress would end up looking like a failed game of Jenga. Evidence shows that some foundations were so nicely laid that they're only off by a few inches over hundreds of feet. Pretty impressive for people working with basic tools. The size of these foundations was mind-boggling. A typical fortress foundation could be up to 30 feet. That's wider than some modern houses, and they weren't just solid blocks. Builders would create a rubble core by filling the middle with smaller rocks and debris, then surrounding it with carefully cut rocks on the outside. This technique saved materials and actually made the foundation stronger. Recent studies have shown that this rubble core technique was so effective it helped some fortresses survive earthquakes that destroyed nearby buildings. Temperature was a huge deal when laying foundations. If it was too hot, the mortar would dry too quickly and crack. Too cold, and it wouldn't set properly at all. Middle Ages records show builders using some creative solutions to this problem. They'd work at night during summer heat waves, and cover fresh mortar with straw in winter to protect it from frost. Some particularly dedicated builders even set up shifts to fan the mortar as it dried. Middle Ages air conditioning. One of the foundation techniques they used was called continuous pour. They would work around the clock in shifts to make sure the foundation was laid in one continuous piece. This meant organizing hundreds of workers in rotating teams, kind of like a Middle Ages construction relay race. Historical records from one fortress build describe workers passing rocks hand to hand in human chains stretching hundreds of feet. They even had special whistles and drums to coordinate the workers, a Middle Ages version of a construction site radio. The most impressive part is that many of these foundations are still doing their job today, centuries later. While the fortresses above them might be in ruins, their foundations are often still perfectly solid. Modern engineers have studied them and found that some Middle Ages foundation techniques were so effective we still use similar methods today. One fortress foundation in Germany was so well built that modern builders decided to construct a new building right on top of it. Talk about recycling. But it wasn't all serious business. Middle Ages records include some pretty funny foundation-related incidents. One story describes a builder who accidentally embedded his favorite lucky hammer in the foundation mix, and spent 3 days trying to dig it out before his supervisor noticed. Another tells of a worker who fell asleep inside a foundation trench and had to be dug out the next morning. Workplace safety standards were a bit different back then. With all that work underground complete, and hopefully everyone's lucky charms properly placed, it was time to start on the wall. Because a foundation, no matter how impressive, is just a fancy hole in the ground until you put something on top of it. And Middle Ages fortress walls weren't just any walls, they were engineering marvels designed to last centuries and stop armies in their track. But building walls that could stand the test of time and warfare, that required some serious Middle Ages cleverness. Middle Ages fortress walls weren't your average garden wall. Built on those massive foundations we just talked about, these walls had to withstand everything from battering rams to catapult attacks. Walls of major fortresses typically stood between 30 to 45 feet high, taller than a 4-story building. The really serious ones, like Dover Castle, reached up to 80 feet, and they weren't skinny either. Some fortress walls were 20 feet thick at the base. You could literally build a small apartment inside them, and sometimes they did. The actual construction process was like a Middle Ages version of a layer cake, except much less tasty. Each layer had its own special purpose. The outer faces used carefully cut rocks that fit together like puzzle pieces. These weren't just for looks. Precisely cut rocks made the walls stronger and harder to climb. Recent studies have shown that some master workers could cut rocks so precisely that even today you can't slip a credit card between them. Behind these fancy rocks came a layer of rougher rocks, and in the middle, that's where things got interesting. The wall's core was filled with a mixture called rubble fill, a Middle Ages builder's secret sauce. They'd dump in smaller rocks, leftover chips from cutting the big blocks, and mix it all with mortar. One fortress's records show they even threw in old tools, broken pottery, and once, accidentally someone's luck. Researchers love finding these middle bits because they're like time capsules of Middle Ages construction sites. Getting those massive rocks up high required some clever engineering. They used wooden cranes called windlasses, basically giant Middle Ages elevators powered by people walking inside huge wheels, like hamsters in a cage. Historical records show one particularly unlucky worker spent so much time in the wheel that his friends started calling him Sir Hamster. These machines could lift rocks weighing up to 2 tons, the weight of a modern car. The walls weren't just straight up and down either. Most fortress walls were built with a slight slope, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top. This wasn't because Middle Ages builders had bad eyesight. The slope made the walls stronger and helped deflect missiles. One fortress wall in Scotland had such a perfect slope that modern engineers still study it today. Tests have shown that rocks dropped from the top would consistently bounce off at the perfect angle to hit attackers below. Builders would sometimes build secret passages inside the walls. These weren't just for dramatic escapes. They used them to move supplies, send messages, and even spy on guests in the fortress. One fortress in France had so many secret passages that a guard got lost in them for 2. Modern surveys have found that some fortresses had up to a mile of hidden passages snaking through their walls. The rocks themselves tell interesting stories. Many fortress walls still show masons' marks, personal signatures carved by the workers who built them. These weren't just ancient graffiti. Workers used these marks to prove which rocks they'd placed so they could get paid. Researchers have catalogued over 1,200 different masons' marks from a single fortress, each one unique. Some got pretty creative with their mark. One mason in Wales always carved tiny dragons, while another was known for his detailed cats. Temperature changes were a constant headache for wall builders. Rock expands in heat and contracts in cold, which could crack the mortar. Their solution: build in summer but only in the early morning and late evening. Middle Ages records show precise schedules. Work started 1 hour after sunrise, stopped at mid-morning, resumed in late afternoon, and continued until sunset. During one particularly hot summer, a fortress in Spain recorded workers only laying rocks between midnight and dawn. The most impressive technical achievement? The corners. Corner rocks had to be cut extra precisely because they held everything together. These rocks were so valuable that some Middle Ages rulers had them carved from special rock quarried hundreds of miles away. Analysis has shown that some corner rocks weighed up to 3 tons, and had to be shaped with accuracy down to a fraction of an inch, all done by hand with basic tools. Speaking of maintenance, they built scaffolding as they went up, but this wasn't your modern metal scaffolding. They used wooden poles stuck through holes in the walls called putlog holes. These holes are still visible in many fortresses today. One fortress in Germany has over 3,000 putlog holes. The Middle Ages builders actually left them there on purpose for future repairs. They even wrote detailed instructions about which holes to use for different repair jobs. Middle Ages maintenance manuals. The walls also included some clever defensive features. They built arrow loops, narrow slits that archers could shoot through while staying protected. But here's the genius part. These slits were wider on the inside than the outside. This meant defenders could shoot at different angles while presenting a tiny target to attack. Tests with modern replicas have shown that a Middle Ages archer could cover about 70 degrees of arc through a single arrow loop. With the walls reaching skyward, it was time to think about the fortress's real showstoppers, the towers and gatehouse. Because what's scarier than a massive stone wall? A massive stone wall with towers that can rain arrows down on your head. But that's a whole other story of Middle Ages engineering genius. The real stars of Middle Ages fortress defense were the towers and gatehouse, basically the Middle Ages equivalent of a high-tech security system, minus the electricity. computers and everything else that makes modern security actually high-tech.
Towers weren't just for show or for princesses to let down their hair. They were serious business. Round towers became the most popular design, and for good reason. Tests on surviving fortress ruins have shown that round towers were 50% more likely to survive bombardment than square ones. Plus, there were no corners for attackers to hide in. At one French fortress, researchers found evidence of an attack where the square tower took heavy damage while its round neighbor remained practically untouched. The tower walls were often thicker than regular fortress walls, sometimes reaching up to 20 feet thick. Researchers at one Welsh fortress discovered that its main tower walls contained over 3,000 tons of rock, enough to build 30 modern houses. The builders had to get creative with the construction process for these massive towers. They actually built them in stages, letting each level settle before adding the next one. One tower took 3 years just to settle properly before they could finish it. They built into towers the spiral staircases, which always turned clockwise going up. This wasn't because Middle Ages builders were obsessed with consistency. It was actually a clever defensive feature. Most people were right-handed, so attackers coming up the stairs would have their sword hand against the center wall, giving them less room to swing. Meanwhile, defenders coming down could swing freely with their right hand. Records show one fortress where 20 attackers were held off by just 3 defenders, thanks to this staircase design. Speaking of stairs, they weren't all made equal. Some steps were deliberately built at different heights. Middle Ages trip hazards. Defenders knew exactly where these uneven steps were, but attackers would stumble and fall. One fortress even had a step nicknamed the Breaker, because it was 2 inches higher than all the others. Studies have found that some of these trap steps were so effective they showed more wear from people falling than from regular use. Now let's talk about the fortress's front door, the gatehouse. This wasn't your average welcome center. Middle Ages gatehouses were the most heavily defended part of the fortress, and for good reason. Historical records show that about 70% of fortress attacks focused on the gatehouse. The builders took this threat so seriously that some gatehouses were actually bigger than the fortress's main living quarters. The gatehouse had more defensive features than a modern bank vault. First, you had the drawbridge. Not just for look. Modern reconstructions have shown that a typical drawbridge could be raised in under 30 seconds. Then came the portcullis, a heavy metal grate that dropped down like a Middle Ages security shutter. Most gatehouses had 2 portcullises, with the space between them called the killing ground. Records from one fortress showed that defenders could trap attackers in this space and, well, let's just say it wasn't called the killing ground for nothing. Some particularly fancy gatehouses even had false entrances. Middle Ages dummy doors designed to trick attackers into wasting time on the wrong target. One fortress in England had 3 identical-looking gatehouses, but only one was real. The other 2 led to dead ends filled with those nasty defensive surprises we mentioned earlier. Talk about Middle Ages misdirection. The nasty surprise came from above. Murder holes. These holes in the ceiling let defenders drop all sorts of unpleasant things on attackers. Historical documents list some creative ammunition: rocks, arrows, hot sand, boiling water beehives, lime powder, and even kitchen waste. One fortress's records mention a particularly successful defense where they dropped a beehive on attackers, creating instant chaos. Middle Ages pest control and fortress defense, 2 birds with 1 stone. The towers also housed the fortress's early warning system, lookouts. These guys had the highest office in the Middle Ages world, sometimes over one. They used a complex system of horns and bells to signal different types of threats. One fortress had 12 different horn signals, including specific ones for enemy approaching, someone's trying to steal the sheep again, and the tax collector is coming. Tests on reconstructed tower heights have shown that lookouts could spot approaching armies from up to 5 miles away in good weather. That's about an hour's warning before attackers reach the fortress. Plenty of time to raise the drawbridge and heat up some defensive boiling water. Some towers even had specially designed sound features that could amplify the noise of approaching horses, giving even earlier warnings. With all these defenses in place, you'd think fortresses would be impossible to capture, but Middle Ages engineers knew that no defense was perfect, which is why they always included one final fallback position: the keep. This was the fortress's ultimate panic room, a fortress within a fortress where defenders could hold out even if everything else fell. Unlike modern panic rooms though, this one was the size of a small apartment building and designed to support hundreds of people for months at a time. If everything else failed and enemies got past the walls, towers and that nasty gatehouse we just talked about, the keep was where everyone would run to hide. It was like a giant Middle Ages panic room, except instead of lasting a few hours, people could survive in there for months. The keep's walls made regular fortress walls look like paper. We're talking about walls up to 40 feet thick at the base. Studies have shown that some keeps could survive hits from catapults throwing rocks weighing as much as a small car. One famous keep took 63 direct hits during a siege and barely got scratched. Modern engineers have calculated that some keep walls could withstand forces equivalent to a modern tank shell. Talk about over-engineering. The entrance to the keep was usually on the second floor, not the ground level. You had to climb up a wooden staircase to get in, and this staircase could be pulled up or burned if enemies got too close. Records from one siege tell us about attackers who finally broke into the fortress only to find themselves staring up at the keep's entrance 20 feet above their head. Evidence shows that some keeps even had elaborate systems of weights to raise these stairs in under 30 seconds. The inside of the keep wasn't exactly a five-star hotel. Windows were tiny, more like arrow slits with attitude. Tests on reconstructed keeps have shown that these windows let in about as much light as a cheap flashlight. Rulers would actually have servants follow them around with candles during the day. One Middle Ages writer complained that keeps were as dark as a tax collector's heart. Recent studies of Middle Ages documents show that some keeps went through over 1,000 candles per month just for basic lighting. Storage was a big deal in keeps. They had to be ready for long sieges, which meant storing tons of food and supply. Researchers found one keep with storage rooms that could hold enough food for 400 people to survive for 6 months. They kept grain in special pits that were carefully designed to keep out rats and moisture. Some of these storage systems were so effective that researchers have found preserved grain in fortress rooms that's over 500 years old. The keep's plumbing system was interesting. Most keeps had a garderobe, fancy Middle Ages talk for a toilet. These were basically holes in the wall that dropped everything straight down the outside of the keep. Some fortresses had up to 30 garderobes stacked on top of each other. Analysis of fortress records shows that they actually employed special workers called gong farmers to clean up the mess at the bottom. One fortress even paid these workers partly in alcohol, probably necessary for that kind of job. Each floor of the keep had a specific purpose. The ground floor was usually for storage. The second floor held the Great Hall, where the ruler would meet people and pretend everything smelled fine. Above that were private rooms for the royal family. Recent architectural studies have shown that Middle Ages builders used clever ventilation systems to try to keep the smells from traveling between floors. It didn't always work, but points for trying. The wells often went deeper than modern building foundation. The well at Dover Castle goes down 400 feet. That's deeper than the Statue of Liberty is tall. The workers hit so many problems that the ruler wrote a letter saying, "If we don't find water soon, we might as well be building a very expensive stone." Modern geologists have studied these wells and found that Middle Ages builders somehow knew exactly where to dig to find water despite having no modern surveying equipment. The keep's design included some sneaky features too. Many had hidden escape tunnels called sallyports. These tunnels let defenders sneak out during a siege to attack the attackers. Surveys have found some keeps had entire networks of these tunnels, sometimes stretching for hundreds of yards. One particularly clever design included fake tunnels that would flood if enemies found them. Security wasn't just about thick walls either. Keeps often had sophisticated systems of internal defenses. Each floor could be sealed off from the others, and some keeps even had internal drawbridges between different sections. Fortress records show that guards had to learn a complex series of passwords and secret knocks. Middle Ages two-factor authentication. One fortress's documents list 24 different secret knocks, each meaning something different. The living arrangements inside the keeps were pretty creative too. Space was limited, so rooms often had multiple purposes. The Great Hall would be a dining room by day and a bedroom for guards by night. Furniture was designed to be easily moved or taken apart. With all these defensive features, supplies and secret tunnels ready to go, the fortress was almost ready for action. But a fortress isn't much use without people to defend it and keep it running. The next challenge was figuring out how to make this giant stone structure actually livable. What turns a giant pile of rocks into a home? That was the big question. Middle Ages builders had to answer after finishing all those massive walls, towers and keeps. Living in a fortress wasn't exactly like moving into a modern house. You couldn't just call the power company and turn on the heat. Heating a fortress was like trying to warm up a cave, except the cave had windows that didn't close properly. Fireplaces were the answer, and Middle Ages builders went big with them. Really big. Studies have found fortress fireplaces that could hold entire tree trunks. One fortress in Scotland had fireplaces so large that a team of servants would drag in 16-foot logs every morning. The ruler's annual firewood bill was higher than some servants' yearly wages. Tests on reconstructed Middle Ages fireplaces showed they could burn through a whole tree in just 2 days during cold weather. Some builders created an early version of central heating. They built hollow spaces in the walls where hot air from the fireplaces could travel up through the fortress. Recent studies of fortress ruins have found these heating channels in several high-status rooms. Analysis shows these systems could raise room temperatures by about 10 degrees, not exactly tropical but better than freezing. One Middle Ages writer praised a fortress that was as warm as a baker's oven, though given Middle Ages fortress temperatures, that baker probably would have been fired. Water systems were another headache. Sure, they had wells, but getting water to the upper floors was a real workout. Records show that some fortresses employed water boys whose only job was carrying buckets up and downstairs all day. One fortress's accounts list a payment to a water boy for new shoes every month. Apparently all those stairs were murder on Middle Ages footwear. Studies estimate that a typical fortress needed about 500 gallons of water per day for basic operations. That's a lot of trips up and down those spiral staircases. Rain collection was a popular solution. Middle Ages builders created elaborate systems of gutters and pipes to catch rainwater and store it in huge tanks. Analysis of one fortress's water system showed it could collect enough rainwater in one good storm to supply the fortress for a week. The tanks were so well designed that some of them still hold water today, though you probably wouldn't want to drink from them. 800-year-old rainwater isn't exactly refreshing. Lighting was another fun challenge. Without electricity, fortress dwellers relied on a mix of natural light through those tiny windows we mentioned earlier, and artificial light from candles and oil lamps. Fortress records show boggling numbers of candles being used. One fortress went through 8,000 candles in a single month. That's about 260 candles a day, and they weren't the cheap ones from the dollar store. These were high-quality beeswax candles that cost a fortune. The job of chandlers, the person in charge of candles, was actually a pretty important position. You did not want to be the guy who let the fortress run out of candles. Glass windows were a luxury that would make a modern billionaire blush. Early Middle Ages fortresses just had wooden shutters, which meant choosing between freezing or sitting in the dark. When glass windows did show up, they were so valuable that some nobles would take them with them when they traveled between fortresses. Historical records show one queen who traveled with 30 glass windows packed in special cases. Each window could cost as much as a small farm. Talk about expensive house decorating. Fortress bathrooms deserve special mention. Besides the garderobes, fortresses needed ways to keep people clean. Bath time was a major production. Servants had to heat dozens of buckets of water and carry them up several flights of stairs. One fortress's records include a complaint from servants about having to carry 40 buckets of hot water for the ladies' bath.
followed by a note that she found it not warm enough. Evidence suggests some fortresses had primitive shower systems, basically buckets with holes that servants would fill with hot water. Middle Ages spa days were tough on everyone. Storage was a science in itself. Without refrigeration, keeping food fresh required serious planning. Fortresses had special cold rooms built into their north-facing walls where temperature studies have shown they could maintain temperatures about 10 degrees cooler than outside. They also had separate rooms for different types of food. One room just for cheese, another for meat, another for grain. One fortress's inventory lists 23 different storage rooms, each with its own specific purpose. Modern analysis of these storage systems shows they were surprisingly effective. Some could keep grain fresh for over a year. The kitchen was basically a room designed to be on fire all the time. They were usually built with stone vaults and massive chimneys to handle the heat and smoke from cooking literally all day long. Evidence shows that some fortress kitchens had floors replaced every few years because the constant heat would crack the stone. Temperature reconstruction suggests these kitchens regularly reached over 120 of it. One kitchen was nicknamed the Dragon's Den because it was so hot that new servants would often faint on their first day. With all these systems in place to make the fortress somewhat livable, there was just one more thing needed: people to defend it. Because a fortress without soldiers was just a very expensive stone house waiting to be taken. But Middle Ages military life came with its own unique set of challenges. A fortress is only as good as the people defending it. You could have the thickest walls, the tallest towers, and the fanciest murder holes in all of Europe, but without trained soldiers to use them, your fortress might as well be made of sand. Middle Ages military life was no joke. These folks had to be ready for anything from small raids to full-scale sieges. Let's talk numbers for a second. A medium-sized fortress typically needed about 100 soldiers for basic defense. During wartime, that number could jump to over. Evidence from one fortress showed that the soldiers' quarters were so cramped, each man had about as much personal space as a modern coat closet. Records show one fortress commander writing to the ruler, "The men are packed in like pickled fish and smell about as fresh." Analysis of fortress ruins suggests some soldiers slept in shifts because there wasn't enough space for everyone to lie down at once. Training was constant. Archers practiced every day. Middle Ages law actually required all men to practice archery on Sunday. Tests with recovered Middle Ages longbows show they required up to 150 pounds of force to draw. That's like trying to lift a grown adult every time you shoot an arrow. Skeletal remains of Middle Ages archers show they developed uneven bones from years of practice. Their right arms were often 50% larger than their left. Records mention an archer who could hit a target the size of a dinner plate from 200 yards away. The same records also mention he was absolutely unbearable to be around because he wouldn't stop bragging about it. Crossbows changed everything. They were like the Middle Ages equivalent of point-and-click warfare. You didn't need years of training to use one effectively. A few weeks would do it. Modern tests show Middle Ages crossbows could punch through inch-thick oak at 2. They were so powerful that the church actually tried to ban them at one point, calling them too deadly for Christian warfare. Apparently regular deadly warfare was fine, just not the extra deadly kind. Fortress defenders had some pretty creative weapons at their disposal. Besides the usual arrows and spears, they'd use things like caltrops, nasty little spikes designed to stick up no matter how they landed. Excavations have found thousands of these around fortress sites. One fortress siege ended when attackers had to retreat because their horses kept stepping on caltrops. The defenders had scattered so many that it took 3 months to clean them all up afterward. Food during a siege was a whole other challenge. Calculations based on Middle Ages records show that feeding 500 defenders required about 900 pounds of food per day. Studies of fortress storage rooms showed they could hold enough preserved food to feed the entire garrison for up to 6 months. One fortress survived a year-long siege by rationing food so strictly that even the Lord had to eat the same portions as common soldiers. Fortress records list increasingly creative recipes as the siege went on, including leather boot soup and boiled tapestry. Middle Ages times were rough. Fortress defenders had specific jobs that sound pretty strange today. The hobilar was a soldier who rode a small horse around the fortress walls checking for weak spots. The springled master maintained giant crossbow-like machines that could shoot spears the size of small trees. Test reconstructions of springleds show they could launch a 12-foot spear over 300 yards. One fortress even had an official dragon tender, though this turned out to be the person in charge of the early warning beacons, not actual dragons. Sleep was a luxury during wartime. Guards worked in 4-hour shifts, and records show they had some creative ways to stay awake. One fortress gave its night watchmen special spiced wine that was supposed to keep them alert. Analysis of preserved wine jars suggests this guard wine was mixed with herbs like rosemary and sage. Middle Ages energy drinks. Another made guards carry heavy rocks while on patrol. Getting caught sleeping on duty was serious business. One fortress's rules stated that sleeping guards would have to spend the next day wearing their chainmail inside out, extremely uncomfortable and embarrassing. The most impressive part of fortress defense, the coordination. Different groups had to work together like a Middle Ages special forces team. Fortress records include detailed defensive manuals. One was 50 pages long and included 20 different trumpet signals for various commands. Evidence shows they even had backup communication systems using colored flags and mirror signals for when it was too noisy to hear trumpets. A successful siege typically lasted between 6 to 8 months. The longest recorded siege of a Middle Ages fortress lasted 20. Studies of letters from this siege show that by the end, the attackers and defenders had gotten so used to each other that they would occasionally pause fighting to trade jokes and insults. Some even exchanged Christmas presents, though probably not very nice ones. All these defenses worked pretty well until someone invented gunpowder. Tests on fortress walls showed that early cannon fire could do more damage in 1 hour than a traditional siege engine could do in a week. Suddenly those thick stone walls weren't quite so impressive anymore. But that's a whole different story about how Middle Ages warfare had to completely change when fortresses stopped being invincible.
One town in northern England even had a system where repeat rule breakers had to give extra firewood to the town pile. Now, recent studies of Middle Ages town records show that towns made what experts call frost watches. Different families would take turns keeping the shared fires going all through the night. Each family had their assigned nights marked in the town lists right next to their tax duties. Miss your turn at frost watch? That'll be 1 chicken or 3 dozen eggs as a fine. Middle Ages farmers didn't mess around with their heating duties. Experts found some towns even had special warning systems, usually a series of horn blasts, to warn frost watchers when temps dropped very low. The morning plan started way before sunrise, but not with what you'd expect. Instead of jumping right into work, Middle Ages folks had what they called first sleep and second sleep. They'd wake up around midnight for an hour or two, do some light tasks, talk a bit, then go back to bed until dawn. Medical records from the 1300s show doctors actually said this split sleep plan was better for health. Meanwhile, we modern folks feel bad about taking a 20-minute nap at our desks. Old writings show this midnight wake time was seen as so normal. Meal times were a whole other level of working together. The entire town would eat their main meal together around 11 a.m. when the shared bread ovens were at their hottest. Digs from town sites show these ovens were huge. Some could bake up to 100 loaves at once. One baker's notes from 1298 recorded that a town of 80 people could heat their homes by about 3 degrees just from the bread ovens alone. Talk about doing 2 things at once, or should I say feeding 2 needs with one heat. The timing was so important that towns actually had bread bells that would ring when the ovens reached the best heat. The afternoon had its own clever timing tricks. Between 2 p.m. and sunset, work moved indoors. This wasn't because Middle Ages farmers were lazy. It was a pure staying alive plan. Court records show towns actually had official cold watchers who would check temps using simple but effective ways, like watching how quickly water froze in clay pots. When these watchers gave the signal, everyone knew it was time to head inside where the day's saved heat could be put to good use. Some towns even made a point system. You'd lose points for being caught working outside after the cold warning, and too many lost points meant extra town service duties. You know those people who always complain about meetings that could have been emailed. Middle Ages farmers would laugh at how we waste time. They had something called evening meetings. Town meetings held in the biggest house in town right as the sun was setting. This wasn't just about saving daylight. The body heat from dozens of people gathered together could raise the temp of a large room by up to 5 degrees. Now that's what I call a useful meeting. Old records show these meetings were so good at heating that some towns actually planned their most important talks for the coldest day. They even planned their bedtimes, not because they had strict parents, but because the last family to bank their fire for the night was in charge of checking all the other houses' fires were safely banked too. Town records show this job changed weekly, and getting caught sleeping on the job literally meant you had to give some of your fuel supply to the town pile. One record from 1289 mentions a man who fell asleep during his fire checking duties and had to give up half his winter firewood as punishment. These Middle Ages towns had some pretty amazing ways to keep their food good through the winter months. Their storage ways were just as smart as their timing plans, and some of them might surprise you. Middle Ages farmers would have done great on those survival TV shows. Their food-saving ways were so smart that modern scientists are actually studying them. Just don't tell Gordon Ramsay about some of their methods. He might have a fit, though honestly, their saving skills might even impress him once he got past all the dirt. Let's start underground. Middle Ages farmers had these brilliant storage holes that kept temps steady at around 40 degrees year-round. Recent expert digs found thousands of these holes across England. They were basically the Middle Ages version of your fridge's veggie drawer, except they actually worked. One town in Yorkshire had over 200 storage holes for just 50 families. That's 4 personal underground fridges per house. And here we are fighting over fridge space with our roommates. Expert study shows these holes were so well made that they keep more steady temps than some modern root cellars. They turned their veggies into natural temp checkers. Root veggies like carrots and turnips were placed in certain spots within these holes. If the carrots started showing signs of frost damage, they knew they needed to add more covering. If they started growing, they needed better airflow. A Middle Ages writing from 1293 actually lists different veggies in order of how cold sensitive they are. It's like a simple temp checking system, but with turnips instead of tech. Recent studies of these writings show they had found over 20 different veggie types with different cold strength. Now about that hay everyone keeps talking about. Middle Ages farmers didn't just use it for their animals. They wrapped their houses in it like a giant winter coat. But the smart move is that they stored this warming hay in layers around their food storage area. Expert digs from a 13th century town show they made what scientists now call heat steps. Each layer of hay reduced the temp change by about 2 degrees. 3 layers of hay meant your food storage stayed 6 degrees more steady. Not bad for people who never took a science class. Modern tests remaking these ways have shown they're nearly as good as some modern covering materials. The snow trick is where things get really interesting. They'd pack snow against their food storage areas in carefully planned layers. Studies of saved Middle Ages storage buildings show they could keep temps of 35 to 38 degrees for weeks after the snow melted by using this way. One really well-saved site in northern England showed proof of snow holes that could keep food cold until May. That's some serious Middle Ages air conditioning. The layout of these snow holes suggests they understood ideas of heat mass hundreds of years before the idea was formally named. But the winner of Middle Ages food saving were the underground storage systems from the These weren't just holes in the ground. They were building masterpieces. Experts found storage holes with many rooms, each one made for different types of food. They had water flow systems that would make a modern plumber impressed, airflow paths that work like natural air moving, and even simple moisture control using clay pots filled with water. Study of dirt samples from these holes shows they keep moisture levels between 8, perfect for long-term veggie storage. Some of these storage systems were so good that when experts dug them up in the 1960s, they found saved seeds that were still able to grow after 700 years. The scientist actually managed to grow Middle Ages turnips from these seeds. I bet those were the most historically important turnips ever served in a university food hall. DNA tests of these old seeds has helped scientists understand how Middle Ages crops were different from modern types. The saving methods weren't just about keeping food cold though. Middle Ages farmers had this whole system of moving their stored foods based on temp changes. They'd move roots and veggies between different storage places like they were playing some hard game of chess. Town records from 1292 show detailed steps for this moving system. It's basically a Middle Ages version of those cooking shows where they have to quickly rearrange a food closet. Except failing means you might not eat in February. The records even include punishment systems for families who didn't follow the moving plan. But my favorite find has to be the tester job. According to town court records, towns would give someone the job of tasting a tiny bit of stored food every few days. If they got sick, well, let's just say it wasn't the most popular job in town. They even had a taking turns system for this duty. Kind of like jury duty, but with more possible stomach aches. One record shows a man tried to get out of this duty by saying he had already died from bad turnips. Middle Ages humor folk. Old papers suggest this testing system actually saved many towns from food sickness during hard winters. These saving ways weren't just random lucky guesses. Town records show they kept detailed notes about what worked and what didn't. Passing this knowledge down through groups, we found saving guides from the 1200s that read like science journals, complete with notes about temp, timing and storage conditions. They might not have had thermometers, but they sure knew their stuff about keeping food fresh. All this careful food saving meant they needed some serious cooking skills to turn their stored foods into actual meals. And let me tell you, what they did with these saved foods in their Middle Ages kitchens would put some modern cooking shows to shame. The science behind Middle Ages food was absolutely genius. These people were pro-calorie counters before it was cool. Except instead of trying to lose weight, they were trying not to freeze to death, and they were surprisingly good at it. Middle Ages doctors actually told people to eat certain foods for winter survival. Records from the 1300s show they said to eat between 4,000 to 5,000 calories daily during the coldest month. That's more than what Olympic swimmers eat today. But here's the catch: they had to get those calories from food that could last through winter without going bad. My local store can barely keep bananas fresh for a week, but these folks had winter food stores down to a science. Medical texts from the time show they understood the link between calorie eating and body temp with amazing correctness. The star of Middle Ages winter cooking was stew, a thick mix that stayed simmering in the pot for days, sometimes weeks. Every time someone got hungry, they'd just throw in more food. Expert study of Middle Ages cooking pots shows traces of meals that kept going for up to 3. Modern food safety people would have a heart attack, but Middle Ages farmers had figured out that the constant simmering actually killed harmful germs. Recent studies of these cooking ways show they were surprisingly good at keeping food safe. The magic happens in how they stacked flavors and good stuff. Town records from 1286 show a town near York had certain rules about stew foods. The bottom layer had to be root veggies for steady energy. The middle layer needed beans or peas for protein, and the top layer was whatever grains they had left for quick energy. It was basically a Middle Ages food pyramid in a pot. Scientists studying these food plans found they gave a perfect mix of long and quick energy foods for steady energy through the cold days. Tests of saved stew bits shows they were getting more balanced food than many modern people. But the true Middle Ages superfood, sour everything. They soured grains into beer, fruits into wine, and veggies into saved foods that would make modern health foods look simple. One very detailed town record from 1292 describes a special winter beer that was nearly as thick as honey and packed with calories. Modern remakes of this recipe showed it had about 400 calories per pint. That's like drinking a hamburger. Lab tests of remade Middle Ages soured foods shows they had up to 10 times more healthy germs than modern soured foods. Middle Ages farmers might have had healthier tummy bacteria than we do. Recent studies of saved human remains from Middle Ages towns show proof of really varied gut health. All that soured food and whole grain bread actually gave them better gut health than many of us have today. Take that modern sour tea fan. Scientists have found over 50 different good bacteria types in Middle Ages gut samples that are rare or gone in modern people. The bread they ate wasn't anything like our fluffy white bread either. Middle Ages winter bread was heavy, dark, and usually slightly sour. Expert finds show their grain mills were terrible at removing the good bits from wheat, which by mistake made their bread way more healthy than modern white bread. One loaf of Middle Ages bread had more fiber than a modern person eats in 3 days. Sure, it was probably hard enough to use as a weapon, but it kept them alive through winter. Chemical tests of saved bread samples shows they were getting up to 40% more good stuff from their bread than we get from modern whole grain bread. They even had special winter versions of common food. Scientists studying Middle Ages recipes found they would cook some grains extra long to make them easier to digest and more calorie-rich.